I'd like to call the May 4th, 1:30 p.m. Local Government Commission meeting to order. We have a lot of housekeeping things to go over, and I hope those that are joining us in person by phone will pay attention to these instructions because of the nature of some of the issues that are coming before us. As Member Munn said just a moment ago, this is the first time he's been in this room for over a year. So those of you who came today, we appreciate you doing so from distances afar. With that, we'll have Cindy call the roll.
Okay, I'll start with LGC members. So Auditor Wood is coming, we believe. So let's get, Secretary Marshall.
Here.
Thank you. Secretary Penny.
Anthony Edwards on behalf of Secretary Penny.
I'm sorry, who is it?
Anthony Edwards on behalf of Secretary Penny.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
Will he be there the whole time?
Are you planning to be sitting in the entire meeting?
Yes.
Ms. Harris is in person. Mr. Bass is here in person. Mr. Munn is here in person. Mayor Padgett.
I'm here.
Thank you. Mr. Philbeck.
Here.
And Treasurer Falwell is in person. And we will probably see Auditor Wood. I'm going to go ahead and check, make sure our staff is here. I've got Sharon Edmondson in person, Tim Ramaki in person, Susan McCullen, Joe Bickley, Jennifer Wimmer here. Thank you. And Lewis Andrews. May not be Lewis. Okay. Then we have 4 units with participants. Should be on the phone. So for the town of Belhaven, do we have Lynn Davis? Oh, sorry. Just a moment. We're going to unmute. Yes. It's okay. Okay, just a moment. Sorry.
So
Through Debbie for so Belhaven. Are they by last name? Davis and Van Nortwick. We'll have to, actually, is it better for me to, okay. We'll come back to the unit participants. I'm going to go through some housekeeping items. And I am Cindy Aiken, legal counsel for Local Government Commission. And please pay attention because my remarks are a little longer than usual. Apologize for that, but we have some very important procedures to just go over. This meeting is being held by the GoToWebinar platform and will be recorded with the intention of publishing it on the department website. However, written minutes will continue to be the official record of the meeting. If we have any technology failures or problems that prevent a usable recording, that has no effect on the validity of actions taken by the LGC. Some very new information for folks here inside Dogwood Conference Room. We have new microphones that will pick up all sound, including sidebar conversations. And it's going to be imperative that only one person at a time, either in the room or on the webinar, is talking, just one at a time, so that everyone can hear what's being said. So we'll try to avoid, please, cross-talking, talking over each other, and sidebar conversations. Please mute yourself, as always, when you're not speaking. Members, you're great about this. Identify yourselves when you're making and seconding motions. And if you need to leave the meeting, please let us know when. And if you rejoin, same thing. Again, because we have remote members, we're taking all votes by roll call, with motion and second being designated as yes votes. Today, our DST intern, Joe Bickley, will be helping with the votes, so you'll hear Joe's voice later calling the roll. The agenda is posted on our website, www.nctreasure.com, Local Government Commission page. If we have changes during the meeting, the chair will announce those. If we lose connection and can't restore it, we'll just deem the meeting in recess, and we'll make an announcement on the website when we have information on a resumption of the meeting. Okay, here's special information now for today's meeting. Members of the public who are listening, please take note. A number of individuals have already signed up to make comments related to either Randolph Island Transportation Authority or the Atrium Health items. Members of the public may still sign up to make comments by emailing us at slgfd@nctreasurer.com. That's Sierra L Larry of the military. D Gamma F Foxtrot D Delta @nctreasurer.com. Please provide your name and specify the item you wish to comment on. We need your name so that we would be able to unmute your connection when it's your turn to speak. All public comments will be limited to 3 minutes. We want to remind everyone that the LGC meetings are not public hearings, and therefore the LGC is not required to accept public comment. However, due to the public interest in these 3 matters, we're allowing public comments by using this sign-up process. Again, if you haven't signed up and you wish to do so to make a public comment on Randolph County, Bald Head Island Transportation Authority, or Atrium Health, please email your name to slgfd@nctreasurer.com, and there's a link to that, right? Link to that email address on the Local Government Commission webpage. Give us your name and tell us what item you want to comment on. As an additional note, LGC participation in meetings gives the LGC secretary, in consultation with the chair, discretion to establish a shorter time limit and ask that speakers refrain from repeating comments made by previous speakers. Finally, the timing for today's meeting is planned as follows. We'll begin shortly with consideration of the general agenda on pages 1 and 2 through the unit updates on page 2. The items listed as other on page 2 are scheduled as follows. Randolph County will begin no earlier than 2:30. Bald Head Island Transportation Authority will begin no earlier than 3:30. And Atrium Health items will be considered after Bald Head Island Transportation. You're welcome to leave the meeting and rejoin in time for the matter that you're interested in. Are there any LGC members with questions? Okay, so do we have unmuted?
Ronald Penny is here now.
Oh, hello, Secretary Penny. Thank you. Can we do the units yet?
We'll call those as we.
Okay, all right. We're going to call, we'll get to each unit on the unit letter list. We'll do those individually. Treasurer, we have and Auditor Wood has arrived, so we have full participation. Thank you.
Thank you. Secretary Marshall, I know that you were part of the motion to add 2 items onto our agenda today. And you and I had a conversation about room capacity. And I think you were told by the LGC that LGC members take priority as far as room capacity. So there's still time to get here, and there is room capacity. So your arrival here will not interfere with any safety or any other protocols. So look forward to seeing you. With that, I'll ask that you.
Sir, I have changed clothes. I was not told about priority, and I also feel that it's important for those people that want to come to have some space. So I'm terribly sorry for the misinformation, but I've already changed clothes, and this meeting is important enough that I should stay on it as opposed to spend my time driving.
Thank you. With that, we will ask that you join our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Secretary Marshall, if you'll lead us in our state pledge.
Thank you, sir. I pledge the flag of North, I salute the flag of North Carolina and
To the
pledge
old
to the state, love, loyalty, and faith.
Thank you. With that, we'll go right into our conflict statement. Members,
Treasurer, I apologize. I don't believe we might be sending sound out. I've gotten a message that there's no sound going out. Is that true?
That was just everybody speaking simultaneously during the pledge. We should be
I thought
okay.
that was
Just
correct.
make sure everybody, please, that you mute if you're not speaking, because we're going to get reverberation and feedback.
Thank you. Our conflict statement is our standard conflict statement. Members, you have the agenda that's before you. There are some very delicate issues that are before us based both on the consent agenda, the unit letter agenda, as well as the special agenda that covers the 3 items. Does any member have any, I repeat, does any member have any conflict of interest regarding the matters that are before us?
This is Secretary Penny. I live in Johnston County, and I see that Johnston County is on, but I have no greater interest than any other citizen of Johnston County.
Correct. Thank you, Secretary Penn. Oh, this is Cindy Aiken. Keep forgetting.
Anyone else? Okay. Last call. All right. Hearing none, I'll ask for a motion to approve the minutes of April 13th. If there is no objection, we will consider for expediency anyone who makes a motion or a second considered as a yes vote.
Point of personal order, Mr. Chairman.
Correct.
Point
Yeah,
of personal, yes. When the discussion was taking place on the charter of East Laurinburg, I specifically asked whether or not the local officials, representatives had been informed, the members of General Assembly. The reply was that yes, that was the case, and I wanted it reflected for the minutes in case there was something later. I don't see it in here, and there is also some difference of opinion about that coming from legislative members. So I don't know where this thing is going to go, but I do think that it is advisable for that to be in those minutes, even though we normally follow the bare bones, I'm not sure what case name is, but the bare bones minutes process.
Thank you, Secretary Marshall. I would add to that before we hear from Cindy or possibly Sharon on that item that phone records don't lie. And I don't know what contact the people of the LGC has had with the local delegation. I know of numerous phone calls to Representative Pierce, to Senator McGinnis, as well as me and others being on, I guess it was it the City Hall public hearing? What was that called, Sharon?
We had a meeting with them right before Christmas.
Right.
With both representatives.
Mr. Treasurer, I'm not objecting to any of that. I believe that all to be true, but it's not reflected in the minutes. And statements coming out of the legislature were to the contrary. So it's not me who is objecting to it, it's other public officials. And I thoroughly believe that we made sufficient outreach and sufficient notice. But it's disheartening when one branch of government tries to undermine the other or whatever might be at play.
Well,
So what did she say?
This is Cindy Aiken, Secretary Marshall. If you want to draft something in the email, I mean, I could do it. Basically, you want it to say, wait, hang on a second. Let me, shoot, I just had it. Wait a minute. Minutes. Here we go. So we have Chair Falwell made the motion. It was seconded by Auditor Wood. So prior to me stating what the vote was, we'll say Secretary Marshall requested that the minutes reflect members asked if the local delegation was informed of this planned resolution, and Chair Falwell answered yes, they were. That's what you're getting at.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So
I do,
that
Mr. Chairman. So,
that amendment to the minutes.
Auditor Wood.
so I also remember in the conversation that you emphasized multiple conversations had been had with those legislators. So going to make the minutes right? Make them right.
Thank you.
Agreed.
All right, multiple conversations,
That was his reply.
and it was Chair Falwell that had the conversation.
Starting with the meeting in December where all of us were on that call. At least 12 people.
I would draft them right now, except
Right, okay.
I need to do it later.
All right, do I have approval of the minutes of April 13th?
Or you could wait till I do it
No.
approve in June. You trust me, I'll get it.
Do I have a motion with the minutes as amended?
So moved.
Second. Paula Harris.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none, clerk will call the roll.
All right, motion by Mr. Bass, seconded by Ms. Harris. Auditor Wood,
Aye.
Secretary Marshall,
Aye.
Secretary Penny.
Aye.
Thank you. Ms. Harris, yes. Mr. Bass, yes. Mr. Munn.
Aye.
Mayor Paget.
Aye.
Thank you. Mr. Philbeck.
Aye.
Thank you. Treasurer Falwell.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. I now turn the meeting over to Sharon to talk about our student letters.
Thank you, Chair. So we have the first item with the unit letter is the town of Bellhaven. They are asking for a revolving loan to replace a water pipe. The amount of the loan is $69,380, and they received a unit letter, which Susan McCullough will go over.
In December of 2020, my staff sent a letter to the town of Bellhaven. They have issues with their quick ratio being less than 1, which concerned us as to the town's cash flows within their water and sewer fund. They also had indicated that they were having a rate study work done by the Rural Water Association, and we wanted to know what the status of that study was. The town responded satisfactorily. They have implemented some of the changes in the rate study, and as a result, we'll have revenues of an estimated $330,000 annually. They're also providing financials of the town monthly to the board and for monitoring purposes. And we decided that was a satisfactory response.
I would like to make one additional comment about Bellhaven. For a number of years, the staff and board there had great difficulty in agreeing on anything. It was a very tumultuous relationship. And since 2018, where they have a new administration, a new finance officer, and a new manager, they have been working together to try to remedy the problems the town has been facing. I know the manager and the finance officer have been to multiple trainings that we've been affiliated with. They did complete the rate study for their utility system as we requested, and they implemented the first step of that in 2021. I know that they are not perfect. They are still on the unit assistance list, but they have made tremendous progress from where they were just a few years ago. Okay. So we have town manager Lynn Davis and finance officer Mimi Van Nortwick on the phone if anybody has questions for them.
Mayor and town manager, welcome to the Local Government Commission. We'll start with a motion to accept staff's recommendation. Mons make a motion. Second.
Second, Scott Paget.
Mayor Paget, second. Further discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Okay. Auditor Wood,
Aye.
Secretary Marshall.
Aye.
Thank you. Secretary Penny.
Aye.
Thank you. Ms. Harris.
Aye.
Mr. Bass.
Aye.
Mine is yes. Paget, yes. Mr. Philbeck.
Aye.
Thank you. Treasurer Falwell.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Next is the city of Vincent. And Mayor Davis and Manager Nortwick, thank you for joining us. And keep earning those high marks from the LGC staff.
Okay, for the city of Benson, for the town of Benson, we sent them a unit letter in January of 2021. They did not meet a coverage ratio in their water and sewer system. They also had an indication of cash flow in their operations, in that their total water and sewer cash flow, less their principal and less their interest payments for the year, were negative and have been negative since 2018. The final issue that we had in our unit letter was that they had over expenditures in their general fund as well as in their water and sewer fund that exceeded the amounts that have been authorized by the budget. And this is a concern because it indicates that their pre-audit process is not working appropriately. So concerning item 1, the coverage of the ratio, the town was hit hard by Hurricane Matthew in 2016, and they have been working since that time with the help of FEMA, and they are just now finishing a project, or they finished one in December 2019. So they are waiting on reimbursement for FEMA at this time, and once they get reimbursement for FEMA, then they will. That was the reason, without that reimbursement, that they did not make their coverage ratio. Item 2, the cash flow, also related to FEMA, and once they get that, then they're anticipating a stronger cash position in that fund. The final item was the over expenditures in a couple of major funds, the general fund and the water and sewer. They have reviewed and discussed with their department heads regarding spending over purchase order limits. They've also changed the process so that the finance officer, so that department heads will contact the finance officer prior to expending emergency funds. And finally, they've hired a new employee that will assist the finance officer in following up to ensure that unauthorized spending doesn't occur in the future. And we were satisfied with the town's response.
Staff's recommendation is
Approved with one modification. The interest rate that they originally got from the bank expired from the time that they received it, and the interest rate now will be 2.45% instead of 2.14%. And that rate will be good through May.
Thank you. You've heard staff's recommendation. Do I hear a motion to approve?
I have a question, Mr. Chair, if I may. In the response letter, it said that they had a recommendation to get a waiver request from the lender. Was that waiver granted?
I cannot answer that question. I'll have to check into that, and I'll let you know.
Are the folks on the call, is Kimberly or Isaac on the call?
Ms. Pickett is on the call.
Sorry?
Ms. Pickett is on the call.
Okay. And Ms. Pickett, did you hear the question from Member Bass?
Her line is muted. We don't have her.
Can she hear us? Our monitor says Ms. Pickett's line is muted on her end. If you can unmute yourself, please. That's Assistant Town Manager Kimberly Pickett. No? Camille?
Ms. Pickett says she can hear us.
Okay.
Okay.
There's two Kimberly Pickett's. I've sent an unused.
Here we go, we have her. Ms. Pickett?
Ms. Pickett, can you hear us?
Those bonds are USDA.
I'm fine with that. No, if it was private, but if it's USDA.
We can,
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. Sorry.
I was asking in your.
We're working with our auditors.
I was asking in your response letter from February, you said that it was recommended that you would get a waiver. Was that waiver granted?
We're working with our auditors right now to get that. We haven't gotten it yet.
Okay, but it's a USDA bond. Okay, I'm fine.
Thank you. Thank you. Motion?
Sorry for the audio problem.
All right. Had to go through Clayton to get to you. Okay.
I'll move for approval.
Second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, clerk will call the roll.
Motion by Mr. Bass, second by Ms. Harris. Auditor Wood?
No.
No. Secretary Marshall?
Aye.
Secretary Penny?
Aye.
Ms. Harris, Bass. Mr. Munn?
Aye.
Mayor Paget?
Aye.
Thank you. Mr. Philbeck?
Aye.
Thank you. Treasurer Falwell? Aye. 8-1. Ms. Auditor Wood, no. Motion carries.
Thank you. Maysville?
Maysville is asking for a $500,000 economic development loan. They want to provide a loan to a local business through the USDA Rural Economic Development Program. The business will use the loan to expand its recycling facility, and I believe it will provide additional jobs in the community. They did get a unit letter, which Susan will go over. I will note that Maysville is another one of our units that is on the unit assistance list and will remain there. But they too have made progress in years we've been working with them. 2020, I think, was a little bit of an anomaly for them, that they went from having a board that refused to even consider a utility rate increase to a board that now looks at those rates regularly and considers increasing them as needed. Their staff has been to training, continues to go to training, which is also something new for them. And again, they will remain on the unit assistance list so that we can continue to monitor their progress.
Okay, we sent Maysville a unit letter in March of 2021. There were 3 items noted on the unit letter. The first one was some internal controls associated with segregation of duties, posting journal entries, and untimely bank reconciliations. The second one was a quick ratio that we noted in the water and sewer fund that was actually calculated in error in our database. And when we caught the error, and when we went back and redid it, their quick ratio was 3.79. They actually had some bond anticipation notes that should not have been included in the quick liability calculation. So that is a error that happened from the data that we just did not catch. And we are highlighting that as a staff training issue. Yes.
Is that for 2020?
That's for 2020. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. So it would have been 3.79, consistent with 2019. The other issue that we had was that the audit was late. And so I want to talk about the segregation of duties, or the internal control issues rather. The posting of journal entries. The auditor of the unit has done some things to work with the finance officer in training with the vendor, and is also doing some bookkeeping training with the finance officer in the town. And then for the bank recons, they've actually got a process in place where they are now requiring the finance officer to reconcile the bank accounts within 1 month after year end, so before the end of the subsequent month, which is what we advise as a staff. And then the audited financial statements, they were, town staff is working with the auditor to ensure that they're going to make the subsequent October 31st deadline this year. I don't have any details on exactly what they're doing, but that was their response to us. Based on their letter, we were satisfied with their response.
Staff is recommending approval. I believe Town Manager Shamata Brown is on the line, along with Finance Officer Gordon. If anybody has questions.
Chair,
Yes.
just one question.
I have a
Go ahead.
Secretary Kenny, hang on just a minute, please. First, I want to make sure that Mrs. Brown and Town Manager Gordon are unmuted so that when Secretary Penny or Mr. Bass ask their question, they can hear it and respond. Okay. Go ahead, Secretary Penny.
All right. I think Mr. Bass was speaking first, though.
I'll defer to the secretary.
All right. Well, my first question, I guess, is to the staff. Now, why are they going to continue to be on the unit list?
Quick ratio was adjusted while they could continue being on the list.
Because of the continued issues with internal controls. And potentially with late audit. It was not late last year, but it was late in 2020. So we just want to make sure that that doesn't turn into a pattern. But mainly it's the internal control issues.
So it's more of a check-see than a continuing, that there is a problem.
No. Well, we want to follow up with them regularly and make sure that the bank accounts are staying reconciled currently and that kind of thing. We also will probably make a recommendation to them that if they continue to struggle with that kind of issue, that they consider hiring a third party to help them with it.
Okay. My next question is then, this is a loan that's going to ultimately go through to C&D Recycle. Why is this necessary or expedient?
Secretary Penny, I'll take that question. It's economic development. So this is jobs and tax base for the town. And it's a program through USDA where they essentially lend 0% money to encourage businesses who are going to use electricity. So it comes through the electric co-op down there. But the USDA gives the money to the electric co-op. The co-op then gives the money to the town. Town then gives the money to the business in order to spur economic development, use of electricity, jobs. That's the main reason.
And what impact is this? And do we have any estimate of what the impact on the town's revenues will be as a result of this 5 years from now?
I'll let the town manager, Shamata Brown, speak to that.
Yes, for the past 5 years, we this is the only C&D franchise in the state that we get franchise fees off of. In the last 5 years, we have received $500,000 from them already. And again, it provided jobs. With this expansion, they're annexing in 227 industrial acres, which will go on our tax roll as well. So it's a win-win for the town.
I think that question was asked and answered, Secretary Penny. So
What question?
Oh, the question was, what would be the economic
Oh,
impact to the
yes,
city?
I heard the answer. Yeah,
Yeah,
I heard the answer. I'm fine.
What I'm saying is normally we don't get crisp answers like that to
Yeah.
anticipate questions. So Mr. Brown did a good job. That's what I was trying to say.
Yes.
My question, I just wasn't clear from the response or the reconciliations up to date at this point.
Mr. Brown, correct me if I'm wrong, but we were told by staff that reconciliations are current at this time.
Yes, reconciliation is current at the time and will remain current.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown,
Yes, ma'am.
State Auditor Beth Wood, how do you know that the bank reconciliations are up to date?
Now I got a habit of checking off behind the finance officer. It was recommended not to do them, but through the LGC is just me do a check off. I mean, if I just sign my initials or just check the paper to make sure that they're up to date.
You're good. I was going to vote no on this. I might change my mind.
And the C&D landfill does make the payment on this note, and we already have one approved through USDA and the LGC, and they have been on time every month with no issue with the last 506 that when we went through this program.
Well, so far, Mr. Brown, you're the greatest of all time. So, anyway, any other questions? Do I hear a motion?
So moved. Second.
Okay, one at a time.
Item four.
Ms.
I make
Harris,
a motion to accept.
Second.
okay. Ms. Harris, motion.
Motion and second being made to take staff's recommendation. No further discussion, hearing none, all clerk will call the roll.
Secretary Marshall,
Aye.
Secretary Penny,
Aye.
Ms. Harris, Mr. Bass,
Aye.
Mr. Munn,
Aye.
Mayor Paget.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Philbeck.
Aye.
Thank you, Treasurer Falwell.
All right,
Aye, motion carried.
now we're on the STEM.
Right, Town of STEM is asking for a $275,000 refinance. They want to refinance an existing loan to reimburse their general fund. They were buying some property, a dilapidated building, and the owner passed away unexpectedly, and so they used their general fund money to buy the building. And so this will reimburse the general fund. Excuse me, and help rebuild their fund balance, which had initially dropped because of the purchase. They did receive a unit letter, which I will get Susan to go over.
So we sent a unit letter in December of 2020. There had been the general fund fund balance available for appropriation was a concern. It had decreased to 40.57%, a decrease of 27% over a year, and we felt like it was too low for cash flows that might be needed during times of an emergency. And so we sent them the letter, and their response was exactly what Sharon said. They purchased the property more quickly than they intended because the property owner passed away, and they wanted to make sure they procured it. And that when the refinancing is done, the general fund will be repaid, and this concern will be resolved.
We have Mayor Casey Dover on the phone. If anybody has questions.
And we were satisfied with their response.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to accept staff's recommendation on STEM?
Make that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Munn. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Second.
Mr. Bass seconded. Mr. Munn made the motion. Any further discussion on STEM? I just have a little tangential question, Sharon. Can you just slow it down a little bit when you said somebody died unexpectedly, they took the money, now they're replenishing it? Is this something, I'm dealing with this in another part of the state with the PBA or with the Electric Cities Enterprise Fund, or tell me how what you said is different than what we frown upon a lot.
Well, for one thing, this money came out of the general fund. They were intended to buy the property all along, and they were going to finance it. And then when the property owner passed away, for whatever reason, and I don't understand all the intricacies of that, they felt compelled to move ahead with the purchase.
Okay.
And so they used their fund balance, which is one of the reasons it's there. But the loan will replenish.
Thank you. Motion is second being made. No further discussion. Clerk will call the roll.
Auditor Wood,
Aye.
Secretary Marshall,
Aye.
thank you. Secretary Petty,
Aye.
thank you. Ms. Harris,
Aye.
Mr. Paget, Mayor Paget,
Yes. Aye. I'm sorry.
thank you. That's okay, thank you. Mr. Philbeck,
Aye.
Mr. Caldwell.
Aye.
Thank you, motion carries.
Sharon, are we now ready for our consent agenda?
We are, unless there's any other questions about any of those preceding items.
So, go out and see if any of the 2:30 is out there, and if they are, you can bring them in. Randolph Health.
So we still have to go through unit updates.
I know, I just want.
All right.
Okay. Does any member wish to have any item on the consent agenda pulled separate conversation or vote? Hearing no objection. Sharon, do you just want to talk a little bit about Hot Springs? Because it's a
Sure.
great public situation and in a positive way, so.
So the consent agenda starts with the town of Cramerton and runs through the city of Winston-Salem at the bottom of the page. At least on the bottom of the page I have. Regarding town of Holly Springs, they're requesting $21.7 million to acquire land for an economic development project. Fujifilm and I can't pronounce the rest of it. Are going to build one of the largest in-cell culture CDMO biopharmaceutical manufacturing facility in North America in the town of Holly Springs. So the first phase of the project will be a $2 billion investment and will create 725 jobs there in Holly Springs, and no tax increase is required to cover this debt. And so the 21.7 is to acquire the land for the project.
Okay. All right. I have not heard any objection or to pull anything off the consent agenda into a separate item. Given that, does anybody have a motion to accept the consent agenda?
Motion to approve, Scott Paget.
Thank you, Mayor.
Second, State Auditor Wood.
Auditor Wood. Any further discussion? Hearing none, call the roll.
Cindy is passing a torch over to Joa for the rest of the meeting. Go ahead, Joa.
Secretary Marshall?
What was that last comment?
Oh, Cindy said, I'm passing my pen to Joa, our intern, and she'll call the roll for the rest of.
Okay.
Thank you.
Secretary Marshall, how do you vote?
Aye.
Secretary Penny?
Aye.
Ms. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Bass?
Aye.
Mr. Munn?
Aye.
Mr. Philbeck?
Aye.
Treasurer Caldwell?
Aye. Thank you, members. Now we'll go to our miscellaneous action items.
Those were in the, this is Cindy, those were in the consent agenda.
Sorry.
Yeah, non-action, no.
Non-action items.
We have two non-action items. They were just both rate modifications for the town of Black Mountain, the town of Southern Pines. Any questions on those? First,
Rate modifications up or down?
Always down.
Any questions about the non-action items? Thank you. I just had one back to the consent agenda for a moment. On City of Winston-Salem revolving loan increase. I just picked up accidentally going through some old papers about Winston-Salem. Have they come before the LGC with a comprehensive application where they use some of the money that we approved to pre-fund or defease some of their pension liability and their police fund? Oh, let me rephrase. For members of the LGC, every local and state employee is on either part of Teasers or Elders, except for Charlotte Fire and Winston-Salem Police. There's only two that are. Okay, so
Yeah, there was a financing 3 years ago we did. They funded that liability. I'd have to go back and research it.
okay. But none of this that's on the consent agenda has anything.
No, this is just revolving loan.
Okay.
DEQ will only allocate, I think, maximum 20 million to any particular unit, unit of government. And they have a big project, so they're basically going every cycle, getting 20 million until they get it.
And one quick follow-up. As you know, I know, and others know, there's been possibly a $35 to $40 million cost overrun on a $50 million sewer project that we approved. We approved the 50. Is any part of this can be used to pay for those cost overruns or contractual disputes?
I don't think so. I'd have to go and check, but I think this is all for, like it says, the Nielsen water treatment plant. Which
it's Muddy Creek sewer plant.
Yeah, it was sewer. So this, I think, is all just being allocated to that water treatment plant.
Okay. All right, thank you. Now we're sharing the other floor to talk about unit updates.
all right, I'm going to turn this over to Susan for updates on the units, not only the ones that we actually own as LGC, which we'll be talking about those a little bit out of order. We're going to do the ones that we actually have action item on first. And then we have updates on a couple of additional units that are under financial accountability plans, which is a little less than us having to actually take control, that we're still asking the boards to be accountable for their actions. So I will turn it over to Susan.
Okay, first, as Sharon said, I'm going to be talking about the units that are under the financial control of the LGC. These are ones that we've enacted our authority under 159, 189, 181C. And the commission, if you remember, is vested with all the powers of the governing boards to levy taxes and spend the money, spend their funds as appropriate, adopting budgets, and all of the financial matters. The first one I'm going to talk about is Kingstown. And Kingstown is all of the bank accounts are reconciled. We have started working on towards the 2022 budget. We had a budget workshop last Saturday. We've also had some conversation with FEMA, Cleveland Water, and that included the Kingstown mayor. with some valuable utility and some long-term solutions for those. Reached out to Shelby to talk with.
Someone's phone's not muted. I do it all the time. So if you just check your phone, make sure it's muted, that'd be lovely. Go ahead, Susan.
We've reached out to the town of Shelby. There is a balance owed between Kingstown and to Shelby related to their sewer fund, and we need to resolve that payable.
That's about 300,000.
Well,
Or more.
I think it's closer to 2.
Okay.
I think it's closer to 2.
All right, thank you.
Based on the numbers that I saw last time. So we are working towards completing the 2019 work and for the 2019 audit, and then field work for the 2020 audit will be completed after that. I have one budget amendment for Kingstown that I need the commission to vote on in order to have funds available for the balance of the current fiscal year for Kingstown to pay the sewer revenue, the cost of the sewer treatment to Shelby. I had to increase those expenditures by $23,000. There's some additional revenues that have not been appropriated yet, but have been collected. There's cash in the bank to cover these. So I need to increase the revenues and increase the related expenditures. And this is in their related to their sewer. So I'm asking the commission to vote on that. Yes.
Is there any progress with Shelby or with Cleveland Utility in terms of a permanent solution?
With Shelby, yes, I believe that's yes to both. With Shelby, we are in active communication with them. We've had one meeting and they were open to negotiating. And so I think we're going to be able to resolve that to the satisfaction of both parties. With Cleveland, like I said, there was a meeting and we present regionalization or regionalization and a long-term solution, but that process is slow. And so it does look positive on the long term, but we just have to take our time and move through those negotiations to make sure everybody is satisfied as we go.
Our next meeting with them is on the 18th.
Thank you.
Our next meeting with Cleveland County is on the 18th.
Yeah, on the 18th.
Mayor Philbeck will be helpful in any of that if you need some extra help. I'll volunteer again.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your kindness, Mr. Munn.
To Mr. Munn's point, I was down there recently speaking to the Rotary Club in Shelby, and this is not a criticism and it's not an admonition. It's probably somewhere in between, but it's very important to me as the chair of the LGC on behalf of all the LGC members that we're intentional listeners and that we have intentional intuition, because there's a lot of things that they will email to us or say to us that sort of gloss over some real deep-seated geographical, regional, political, all kinds of issues. And I just want to say to all the LGC staff that you got to get to the bottom of that, because ultimately you're going to have a big goal and nothing accomplished from it, because people are just going to get you in a vortex There's been a vortex in some of these communities for decades.
Yeah.
They'll get you in a vortex and you can't even stop from spinning and get out of it. So just go back. Mayor Fieldback, you can comment on that, but I just, I know I'm being a little bit too dramatic about this, but it's
It's the truth.
it's all over the state.
Mhm.
And it has nothing to do with political party, has nothing to do with gender, has nothing to do with race. It just is.
Well, as regards the long-term solution, you have several little towns, Kingstown, Polkville, Lawndale, and Falston across that upper end of Cleveland County or the northern end. And they probably all will be served well long-term if there can be a regionalization so that one entity handles all of those. There'll be a little bit of economy of scale because they're all so small by themselves that it's a pretty tough thing to operate a small sewer system with no more people than they have. But I have a good bit of confidence in the manager at the Cleveland County Water District. And I think he will work with those folks and with the LGC staff's help. I think there's a good chance that can be accomplished, Mr. Treasurer. But I do agree it will take some time.
Thank you.
And we are, to what you were saying, that each of these communities have their own culture. They have they all have their own history, and you have to honor that as you're dealing in this issue. Yeah.
I dealt with one a month ago, and it was two quarterbacks who beat the heck out of each other back in the 70s. And now it's manifested itself into they're both in some kind of elected office and leadership, and it's still going. So anyway, really happened.
Well, as a resident of Western North Carolina, I'm very familiar with this vortex you're talking about. But we never called it a vortex, but I see what you're talking about. So I guess the recommendation is, Mr. Philbeck, don't get tangled up in the vortex over there.
Right.
Yeah. I did also want to point out that there's been a contract that's been executed by Diener with HDR Engineering to do a formal study grant that's funded by the VUR money. So they're getting started on that work in Kingstown.
So this is a public meeting, and we get all these acronyms confused from time to time. HDR is not the group that I was referring to with the Muddy Creek sewer cost overrun in Winston-Salem, right?
No.
That's MVH. Okay.
HDR, reputable engineer.
Okay, good.
Yes, engineering firm. And so I need the commission to vote on my proposed amendment for the sewer fund budget order.
This is Mike Philbeck. I'll move approval.
Second. Motion second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, clerk will call the roll.
Auditor Wood,
Aye.
Secretary Marshall,
Aye.
Secretary Penny, Secretary Penny. Come back.
About that, aye.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Harris,
Aye.
Mr. Bass,
Aye.
Mayor Paget,
Aye.
Treasurer Falwell.
All right. Thank you all. Robertsonville, and for our guest that just joined us on Randolph Health, said not before 2:30, and now I fulfill my commitment, not before 2:30. So, we're at the bottom of 2 pages of this, so we're getting close.
That was Kingstown.
Yes.
They just voted.
Right. Robertsonville?
Okay, Robertsonville, they have also started work on a 2022 budget. They held a workshop on April 26th, and the LGC staff are working with management there to develop a 2022 budget process or a budget. I do have a budget amendment for a sewer repair that is not going to increase the budget ordinance. It's, they were able to find some savings in some other line items that will pay for the sewer expenditure. They also had to do appropriate some additional funds for uniform services and telephone, none of which will increase the bottom line budget. There's some additional votes there in your packet about Robertsonville. If you have any questions as you review those, let me know what they are. For now, I'm going to ask you to vote on the budget amendment for the sewer repair, the uniform services, and the telephones.
For our guest here, some members of the General Assembly, what we're going through is these are communities we've had to take over their operations and their finances. So we're actually running the town. So,
I did. How close, it seems like they've had a lot of staff resignations.
Mhm.
And it seems like from at least the notes I'm reading that y'all are getting close to cleaning it up. Are we anywhere near handing it back to the town council? Okay, apparently not.
Not quite yet.
No, we're not.
We are turning a corner.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was hoping we were closer.
And wait till you hear all the corners that have been turned.
Okay.
It will nauseate you what's been going on there. Yeah.
Motion to approve the amendment filed on here.
motion.
Sir,
I'm sorry.
motion to approve the budget amendment.
Okay, good.
Second,
Motion is second. Any further discussion? I've got a sarcastic question. The sewer that we're repairing, is it connected to a person who's actually paying their bill and has a meter attached? Oh, no. That's a problem.
No,
Sounds like another time I remember.
there's some work to do there to do on their utilities.
State auditor, just gives me another opportunity to thank her and her staff. They've been, as our staff's been spending an inordinate amount of time in some of these communities, especially in eastern North Carolina. And the things they're uncovering, as state auditor said a moment ago, are just nauseating. So thank you for the motion. Second, no further discussion. Clerk, call the roll.
Secretary Marshall,
Aye.
Secretary Penny,
Aye.
Mr. Bass,
Aye.
Mr. Munn,
Aye.
Mayor Paget,
Aye.
Mr. Philbeck,
Aye.
Treasurer Falwell.
Aye. Now we're on to Pikeville, which is the latest town that we've had to assume responsibility for. And,
Yes. Yes, and I've got several amendments as well as a resolution for you for Pikeville. I do want to let you know that that the town's bank accounts are under our control. We are currently revising their business processes so that we are approving all disbursements. So that has taken place since we took over them last month. I'm going to refer you to your packet if you have questions, and then I'm going to go through what I need you to vote on. Sharon, do you want to handle each one of the budget ordinances separately, or you want me to talk about all three of them?
cut off three anymore.
Okay. So I have three budget ordinances for the town of Pikeville. One is for a police car. They are replacing a police car that was destroyed or totaled in an accident. And so they got $22,000 and some change in insurance proceeds, and they purchased a new police car with it. And they also had some costs associated with it to outfit it to be a police car with the decals and things that they need. And so they had to use some of their street salaries and wages for a vacant position to do that. So that's the first budget ordinance for Pikeville. The second budget ordinance for Pikeville is one that is for within the water and sewer fund. The town had not budgeted for some for the principal and interest payments of some debt that was due on June 1. And that was part of the reason that we did the resolution last month. We weren't sure about their debt. So we looked, they do have the cash to pay debt. Now, whether they've got how their cash is divided up, right now all we know is it's one lump sum. We don't have it by fund yet, but they do have money to actually in the bank to pay the debt service. They did not have it budgeted. So the second budget ordinance is to budget $65,800 for water and sewer principal and interest. It's due June 1. As well as some loan closing fees and then some part-time wages for water and sewer. The third budget ordinance amendment, and this one will also results in no change in the electric fund, but we needed to increase the electric fund appropriations so that they had money to cover the purchase of electricity for the balance of the year.
For the balance of the year, did you say?
Yes.
Anything else?
Mr. Treasurer?
3 amendments that I need the commission to vote on. And I'll have one more vote after that, but those are just the 3 budget amendments.
Go ahead, motion to accept staff's recommendation on 3 budget amendments for Pike.
So moved. Second.
Motion is second. Any further discussion? Hearing none.
Mr. Treasurer?
Yes, Matt, Secretary
I'd like to
Marshall.
ask Ms. McCullen a question. This loan closing and interest expenses, they don't seem, what is that related to?
Secretary Marshall, the loan closing and the interest expenses are for a sewer project that was had been going on for several years, and it closed in the current year, and the town did not have budgeted the debt service that took place when that construction loan closed, or the loan closing fees that they had to pay as a result of that construction project closing.
Follow up.
And there's not actually an increase in the water and sewer fund budget for these. They had savings in lapsed salaries, as well as some reserves for fund balance for additional revenues that that they were going to able to use to fund this debt service.
Well, I understand what you're saying. It does seem odd. Usually loan closing fees take place at the time the loan is closed.
And that is true. It took place this fiscal year.
Okay.
And they have not budgeted it.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Any further discussion? Hearing none, clerk will call the roll.
Auditor Wood,
Aye.
Secretary Marshall,
Aye.
Secretary Penny,
Aye.
Harris,
Aye.
Mayor Paget,
Aye.
Mr. Philbeck, Mr. Philbeck,
He's out trying to fix Kingstown and Shelby.
and Treasurer Falwell.
Aye. Thank you. Next, last voting item.
I have a resolution directing commission staff to negotiate and execute an accounting services contract on behalf of the town of Pikeville. The town has a long-standing relationship with the accounting firm Anthony and Tab, and they serve as a third-party accountant that does monthly accounting services as well as audit prep. They also write the town's financial statements in preparing them for audit. And we are asking that the commission authorize the commission staff to negotiate an agreement with Anthony and Tab beginning May 4th, 2021, and going through June 30th, 2022. As I said, this is a long-standing agreement, but they did not have anything in writing. So we've worked to develop a contract that will hold the bookkeeping and accounting firm accountable for delays and those types of things. We're formalizing an existing agreement.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, clerk will call the roll.
Was that Ms. Harris?
Yes, second.
Thank you.
Secretary Marshall,
Aye.
Secretary Penny,
Aye.
Mr. Bass,
Aye.
Mr. Munn,
Aye.
Mayor Paget,
Aye.
Mr. Philbeck,
Aye.
Treasurer Falwell.
Aye. Now for some brief updates.
Cliffside Sanitary District, they are, we still don't know whether or not the district is going to get any American Rescue Plan funds. There is a VUR grant agreement for $400,000. And the contracts have actually been finalized by DEQ. I don't know the name of the engineering firm here, but the contract has been finalized. It used to be a monthly deficit that is due to infiltration. And we know that there is a major repair that's coming up that we are working to try to get tied down. It's due to some erosion that happened in March or perhaps April, late April, early April rather. And we're waiting for the time frame on when that can be completed, when that can be repaired, and exactly how we can do it, because it's going to involve restoration of a bank stream and a permit. And so it's very much more than we're used to dealing with in Cliffside. We'll know more.
$400,000.
There's a VUR grant agreement for $400,000. Yes, that's for the study, additional study.
There's only 67 people on the sewer system.
That's the VUR grant that we approved.
Yeah.
But you put a septic tank in for everybody for that amount. I mean, all right.
This is the one that has the large facility.
The Call Mill facility.
Yeah.
It just, you're gonna study it for 400,000?
That's for I&I. Is that right? Assessment?
It's an asset
Assessment.
assessment for the whole system and a comprehensive rate study of all the alternatives that may work.
If there's only 65 customers, couldn't you put a septic tank in for everybody and not even assess anything?
This land will not perk. I do not believe that's an option for, I know that's frustrating.
One of the things that built right out there.
That's one of the issues.
This is Mike Philbeck. I'm afraid, Mr. Treasurer, you'll find that some of those older mill houses that I'm sure are part of that 65, the lots may not be large enough to do a bona fide septic system. I don't know that for sure, but that would not surprise me.
I think you're right, sir.
Eureka?
Okay. Eureka, we've seen a decline in the amount that was owed to Fairmont for March compared to February. And so that there's now 93,000 in emergency operating funds that have been requested from the viable utility reserve funds that have been received by the town. The general fund cash is starting to dwindle. They stand to receive 60,000 from the American Rescue Plan Act funds, 30,000 in 2021, and 30,000 in fiscal 2022. We're not sure at this time how they'll spend those funds, but we're waiting guidance from the federal treasury like everyone else. We had a meeting with Goldsboro, Eureka, Fremont, and Pikeville to determine how to best utilize currently available viable utility reserve funds for distressed units, of which Pikeville is one. And we're going to have a follow-up meeting Thursday of this week, May 6th. To work towards a long-term solution. So those are all my updates for that. The next item that I have is for a proposed schedule of budget meetings for those units that the LGC owns under 159, 181C, and where we are the governing board. We need to hold public hearings for the 2021 budget process. Now, these are all going to be budget or virtual meetings. The deadlines are going to be, we're going to bring draft budgets to you for these units that we own at the June 1 meeting to present to you the budgets as they stand at that point. Then we'll have joint or budget hearings on June 7th for CSD and Kingstown, and on June 14th for Robertsonville and Pikeville. And that will give citizens a chance for you to hear their input on their 2021 budgets. Then there'll be a special call meeting of the LGC on Tuesday, June 22nd at 2:30 p.m. for you to approve all of the final budgets for those meetings. And this is in compliance with 159 as we are required to do as essentially the governing board of these units.
How many of these are we running now? Six? Six. We're running.
We're running.
Two of them, the charters are suspended on.
Yeah. Yeah.
The other four we do. And the meetings, as Susan had said, are going to be proposed to be Monday, the 7th.
Monday, yes.
At 5:30, and then the next meeting at 7. They'll all be virtual. And then the following Monday again at 5:30 and 7. And those are official LGC meetings. We need to have a quorum present. So if you can't tell us today, if you could check your schedules and let us know as soon as possible if those dates and times.
Sorry, give me those dates one more time. I apologize.
June, are on page.
They're in your packet, but it's June 7th and June 14th.
June 7th.
Yeah, in the evening. And then on the 22nd, we would do another LGC meeting virtually to approve all the budgets. That won't be at 2 p.m.
Spring Lake?
Okay, Spring Lake. We attended the April 26th Spring Lake board meeting and presented our concerns and gave them a draft of our fiscal accountability agreement. The board members have been asked to sign that agreement and return it to us by May 10th. So at the next meeting, at the June 1 meeting, we'll provide you with a further update on Spring Lake.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And Scotland Neck.
Scotland Neck. Scotland Neck, and you have an update in your packet on Scotland Neck. They are frankly struggling. We've had 2 meetings with them. Our third will be this month, May 25th. Our coach team, the town staff, and a representative of the governing board, we've met and reviewed budgets. The town has submitted documentation and the monthly reports as we've asked, but they have, their budget has frankly got us concerned. When we reviewed the March financial information, the general fund was 86% expended in those 9 months, and when they were only 76% through the year. The water and sewer was 82% expended for the year. And so we also are concerned that the town is not going to make the hard decisions that they need to make to help them craft a more realistic budget. There is actually a budget workshop in the morning, and we're going to see how that goes. And we're going to follow up with them on April 20. Well, we reviewed that on April 22nd. We'll follow up with them in May. Probably follow up with them actually tomorrow afternoon and find out how that went. And I think we're going to have to go to a board meeting. But their budget issues, also our first priority goal was that they work towards hiring a finance officer or a third-party bookkeeper or a firm to handle their monthly bookkeeping, as opposed to their retired part-time town manager, town clerk / finance officer. And they have not moved to do that yet. So we are frankly concerned about their compliance with the agreement.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
No, but I had a couple comments since we've got some legislators in the audience. What we're talking about are cities who just refuse to run themselves. They refuse to run themselves. And we're pointing out all the problems and the things they need to do, and they refuse to run themselves. And they're going in the hole, they're going bankrupt. Many of them owe money to the state or the feds. And so I'm on a mission, a move to put forth some directives to them to start running themselves in compliance with the law. Very simple. And for those that don't, I'm looking for the state to start taking away charter or withholding state revenues if they're not going to, they don't reconcile their bank statements monthly. So they know how much cash they got on a month-to-month basis. Some are years behind on their audits. The local government commission tells them to get their audit in here, and they thumb their nose at us. So I'm done, because we're running 6 units now, and we should be running 0. They've got local elected officials that should be running their units. So I'm going to be coming to General Assembly, not too far future, to start saying, and the problem is that y'all are locally elected, and these could be in your area. That's the problem. But if they're not going to run themselves, they're going to go bankrupt, and they're going to end up defaulting on debt. Since the local government commission has been in play, there's never been not one local government to default on their loans. Getting ready to see some happening if we don't get these council members and commissioners running their cities and their counties, because we're just not. About 100 units on the local government unit assistance list. 100 units.
problems with the audit, problems with the bank recs, problem with findings, what you name it. So I'm just taking a minute. So when I come down there, y'all know, is that, you sat here and you heard it. You sat here and you heard it.
In some entire counties.
Entire county.
Senator, some entire counties. I don't know if you heard me. Sorry.
And I've done a study, the state auditor's office has done a study on 20 local governments, whether or not they're in compliance with GS 159, which tells you how to budget, tells you what your finance officer is supposed to be able to do, and tells you what your accounting system is supposed to be able to do. And I had a county to say, not doing it, not going to participate, not going to give you anything, Madam Auditor, to participate in this assessment. Refused. I will name them in my report publicly. But just to know, this is some of the mindset out and about, yet they take state revenues.
So what I was saying, Senator Craven, is that some counties, the whole county, we have some that are 10 years behind, not counties, but some entities that report to us 10 years behind on their audits. It's public record. Goldsboro's how many years behind on their audit, Sharon?
2.
City of Goldsboro. Wilkesboro,
Wilkesboro is still 2 years behind.
2 or 3 years. I mean, these are major cities that are collecting major property taxes. And especially in some of these situations, these property taxes are disproportionately harmful to the lower and fixed income people of these communities. And when they're in these situations, they're not getting the essential services, which is disproportionately even more harmful to lower and fixed income individuals. Thank you for bringing that up.
I mean, we're going through a lot of numbers here, and I'm not sure, didn't understand if you knew understood what it meant, but that's what it means. We've got local governments who are refusing to run their local governments. So the LGC has had to step in and run them. Frankly, they're out of staff to run them anymore. They're out of staff. If another one goes down, starts down the type of bankruptcy, the LGC has no more staff to send to run them.
Some of these items could be approving the putting up of Christmas lights, approving of taking down a Christmas. I mean, that's what it means to run a town. Thank you. Does that complete our agenda?
One more item.
Okay.
Very quickly, I'm sorry, you didn't have anything?
VUR.
No, I didn't. All right, the VUR update, this is a Bible utility reserve that the legislature passed last year. And the commission staff has been working with DEQ to get this program up and running. The commission originally approved the distressed unit list back in February. And the State Water Infrastructure Authority was not ready to move forward at that time. Back and forth a little bit on that. And so we finally have come up with the original 4 that were approved back in November, which were Eureka, Cliffside, Sanitary District, Bethel, and Kingstown. The next 4 that the SWIA voted on in February, which were Robertsonville, Aspeville, Wilkesboro, and Rhonda. And then the bulk of the list was dealt with by SWIA at the April meeting. We had 3 units that were removed because they had disposed of their systems, and we didn't have updated records. DEQ didn't have updated records on that. 3 that were removed because their scores had been adjusted to where they no longer qualified. 18 units are still in review because there's some question about the metrics that were being used to measure whether or not they're sustainable. And an additional 88 units now added to the distressed unit list. So for anybody that's counting, that is 96 public utilities right now on the distressed units list for utilities.
Just define distressed, bankruptcy.
There were 4 different criteria. The first was if the LGC had taken control of their finances, that automatically qualified you. If you're 2 years behind on audit, that automatically qualified you. The biggest group is went through a scoring algorithm, and if they scored over a certain amount, then they are deemed to be distressed.
And that would be like from a financial perspective.
There's financial perspective, there were operating statistics, violations factored in there, all sorts of. I've got all the details if anybody wants to look at it. It's pretty complex.
Thank you. Anything else?
If I may, East Laurinburg, we had some resolution to the General Assembly. Any action on that?
Nothing to date, right?
This commission has had the courage to do something for the General Assembly, which is hard to characterize as a gift, but all these situations, it's just been year after year after year, kicking the can down the road. LGC voted to pass a resolution recommending to the General Assembly that East Laurinburg be chartered. Previous to that, it's just back and forth for years and years and
10 years,
years. 10 years.
y'all reached out to them, get their financial records straight, get their audits done, get their bank recs caught. 10 years. Okay.
So as a former member of the General Assembly, of the august body like the LGC, not because I'm the chair, because of its tradition and reputation, has the courage to pass a resolution to give to the General Assembly. It says this needs to be done. I don't know what more we could ever do for a local delegation than that. And that's what we've done. We've handed it to representative and the senator from that community, and we're waiting on them to file a bill to make that happen. And it's not something that any of us dance to work hoping we get to do. And unfortunately, as the state auditor just said, it's not the last one. So that's where we are. Yes, sir.
Mr. Treasurer, the Spencer Mountain is on our list, and I think it's a good example of a community. It was a textile community in Gaston County. I'm very familiar with it. And slowly but surely, after the mill closed, there were very few people living there. Ultimately, the property it wasn't the town it used to be. The land is still there, and there's a beautiful river that runs through it, and ultimately that can get developed again. So the charter's been suspended. You know, the Gaston County, the county government provides the services, which is really all they need. Once a community is so small, then really all they really need is the money or the adjoining municipality. And so I think, you know, the example of Spencer Mountain is a good one. You know, you don't have to keep fighting, keep the charter when it doesn't make any more sense. Let the county government, which really in most cases, there are a few problems that we have, let them then take those services, and they have the ability to provide not only financial services we're talking about here, but police and all of the municipal services, utilities, things like that. So I just, again, think that Spencer Mountain is a good example of a direction that we might want to go.
Thank you. Amazon's not making an announcement to go to Spencer Mountain this week. Probably make an announcement to go somewhere else this week. But if they were to do that, Spencer Mountain could just reincorporate. I mean, it's not a forever thing, right? It's another, to your point, it's not forever.
Right.
If Fortune 500 company decides to go to Spencer Mountain, they could just thaw it out and reincorporate. Thank you. I appreciate the patience of the folks from Randolph County and the delegation. As you can see, we've never gotten through our consent agenda, our unit assistance list, and our other items as quickly as we did today. And that was all to your benefit. I will say, as personal as the privilege can be, we probably need to take a 3-minute bathroom break and then come back in, and then we'll take our Randolph Health up on the agenda. That's it. We'll be in recess for 5 minutes. Thank you. Have folks from Randolph County here. I want to start these next items by talking about the fact that except for, I guess, for the last one. Items of this type have never, ever come in front of the local government commission, ever in the history. There's never been a situation where there's a special piece of legislation dealing with a hospital that's collapsing. There's never been a authority created to buy a ferry system from a private entity. And I say all this with a little bit of passion, maybe too much, that, and I say this to you and I'll say it to the other groups that are coming. Regarding Randolph Health, as I've said to the chairman, I have connections with Randolph County. I have toured that facility on, like, I guess 3 occasions in the last 15 months. I've obviously followed being from Randolph County. I've been in that facility a lot over my 62 years. And Randolph Health is a gem, GEM. And I can't unring a bell. And it's still somewhat inexplicable to me. I'm sure a lot smarter people who make a lot more money than I do can explain it, of why it's in bankruptcy, because it's in the black. But for the millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars that have been taken out of this Randolph Health, consulting fees and advisors fees and fees of all kinds. It's extra important to the people of this commission because, as Senator Tillman used to always say, all roads to Raleigh come through Randolph County. And not exactly accurate, but he's taller than I was, so when he said it, I listened. I'm saying all this to you in the fact that, as you know, Randolph County is the location for the mega site in North Carolina. So having independent, affordable, accessible, high-quality healthcare is very big. Unfortunately, there are certain qualities that come with people from Randolph County, and I have all those. And I think of it as I was looking at my grandmother's quilt from Cedar Square over the weekend. All of us have quilts. Viola has a quilt, and Ed and everybody else has a quilt. And that quilt is little patches of our experience and how we deal with things. And because of where I started in life, the only way that I've ever had to deal with things is to get my arms around them. I just didn't have any other choice. You just got to get your arms around it and try to figure out what's happening and what's going on. This is all to say that in so many of these instances, especially the first 2 on this agenda right now, the only objective source, the truly objective source in these transactions are the LGC. Maybe not as big in the first one as there is the second one, but this is truly the objective source. There's nobody here that has anything to gain or anything to lose by something going this way or something going that way. And the final thing I would say is that I can tell you that 2 years ago, when the legislation was created about either Randolph County or Bald Head Island, Greg Gaskins, Tim, Sharon, and the rest of the LGC staff, they came to me immediately and said, boy, this is going to be a bear one day. I guess that one day is here upon us right now. I'm because my quilt as the state treasurer means that I wear different hats. One hat that I wear is that I'm the sole fiduciary of one of the largest pools of public money in the world, which is right upstairs. It's $118 billion. And it's so ironic to me that one of the hardest pitches that we get these days from upstairs in the investment management division is private equity, hedge fund financiers across the country and across the world wanting to buy hospitals that supposedly don't make any money. And you can just see what a contrast that would be in my head when on one hand, I'm constantly told with one piece of my quilt that these places don't make money. And then with another part of my quilt, people pitching me on deals that going to return on equity of 20%. See those two on the same, and they don't know that I have all these part patches to my quilt. And so they just say these things, not knowing that we have something called the local government commission. All that to say is that these are very complicated transactions. And I can tell you, and I say this with a great deal of emotion, that figuring out what's right, getting it right and keeping it right, whether it's on this one or the next one or the next one, is something that this staff lives and breathes. I could look into the eyes right now of somebody who was supposedly on vacation last week, who I was on the phone with at least 3 times every day. I could look in the eyes of another person in this room who was off Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and I think I corresponded with him every day of that week. My point is these people that are at the LGC and these commission members take all this personally. Now, we've often heard the term, don't take it personally. And some of you have heard me say, if somebody didn't take something personally, we'd never have one of these. You know, taking something personally is not a bad thing. It means you're committed to figuring out what's right, getting it right, and keeping it right. And we're going to do that with Randolph Health. And so we're going to hear a staff's recommendation. We're going to give the folks, thank you for coming down, give you an opportunity to comment. I think commission members are going to have some questions. Everything is recorded, and I think we should just start. So, staff.
Okay, so the first item here is for Randolph County through the Rural Health Care Stabilization Program plan that was created by the General Assembly with 131A Article 2. So the county has submitted a revised application on behalf of Randolph Hospital for a $12 million loan from this program. The funds will eventually be provided to the provider of the hospital, which is currently American Healthcare Systems LLC. The hospital is, as Treasurer Falwell alluded to, in Chapter 11 bankruptcy. And as required by the stabilization program statutes, the hospital submitted a stabilization plan that was evaluated initially by UNC Health. UNC Health indicated that they don't believe it's a realistic plan, and it does not provide a feasible path forward for the hospital as a sustainable entity. So UNC Health recommended that the commission not approve the loan to the county. Subsequently, the county then requested that the LGC approve the Randolph Health's feasibility consultant, VMG Holdings, as the disinterested and qualified third party to evaluate the hospital's stabilization plan and to potentially recommend approval of the loan. So the first item before us is this approval of VMG Holdings. Staff is recommending approval of VMG as the disinterested and qualified third-party consultant to evaluate the stabilization plan as required by the statutes. Further, staff recommends the approval of the loan to Randolph County as a conditional approval pending BMG Holding providing us an opinion that the hospital stabilization plan does demonstrate a financially sustainable healthcare service model for the community. So there's really two items in there. And again, staff is recommending approval.
Secretary Petty?
You blanked out on that second. I didn't hear that second recommendation. She faded out. Who was going to do the second look? It was contingent upon.
The hospital has asked, and we're recommending approval of BMG Holding, their feasibility consultant as their qualified.
Yeah, I heard that part. It's the second one. You said it was contingent upon something.
Okay, I apologize. Contingent on BMG Holding providing us with an opinion that the hospital's stabilization plan demonstrates a financially sustainable healthcare service model for the community.
Okay. And Secretary Petty, if I can interrupt, that is the point that UNC Healthcare said no to, the sustainability, right? So.
But that was a $20 million loan, wasn't it? Did things change now that it's 12 million?
The county did not go, or the hospital did not go back to UNC Health with the $12 million amount. But
So UNC has never evaluated the $12 million.
No, they did not.
Because that just happened in the last 6 days.
I understand.
Okay. We're gonna have a lot of questions here, so Secretary,
Since this information just came to us today, I guess the question, so it's common for a third party, and that's actually part of the statute, to evaluate. And so the first time this was evaluated, it said it wasn't feasible. But now we're going to take a second swing at it. Is that right? With a new firm and with a lower amount. And then that will come back to us again, and we will then take a look at it and to see if this second attempt at it at a lower amount, if that makes sense. Is that what we're doing?
Hi. This is Tim Ramaki with the State Treasurer's Office. Yeah, the statute that was set up for the program required UNC Health to evaluate the sustainability plan.
Which we had nothing to do with the law.
Right. And so part of the program is to have Randolph Health, or any hospital that falls under this plan, develop a plan that's going to allow it to be sustainable operating for the future. You just don't want to throw money away. So UNC took the plan that Randolph Health presented, evaluated it, and said, we don't think it's sustainable. Part of the plan and part of the approval of the loan requires a feasibility analysis. So parallel with UNC Health evaluating the plan, their consultant BMG was hired to basically say, okay, the new seller prepares some numbers, projections, and BMG will evaluate them and say, are they reasonable? Are the assumptions, reasonable? And does it look like it all makes sense and they'll be able to have a profit, pay the debt service? So it was a feasibility study. It was not an evaluation of the sustainability plan. So now what we're asking is go back to their consultant, and instead of just looking at feasibility, look at sustainability, which is what's required in the statute.
And to follow up on that, I believe the business that's in front of the commission today is to approve the loan contingent on.
Right. Because one of the findings in the statute is that they have a sustainable plan, healthcare plan. I think the exact wording is demonstrates a sustainable healthcare plan for the community. And so there's a difference, I think, in feasibility, just being able to, cash and pay debt service and everything, versus, change how you operate, the different services, things you provide to continue on into the future and be sustainable and not, eventually run back into the ground.
And I want to put a bow on one other thing about, you said this just came to you. We found out about the 20 to the 12 through somebody poking around at the bankruptcy court. And then the chairman sent me a letter, which I never acknowledged, and I'm acknowledging that in public. And then that the LGC, am I incorrect? It was sent to, they sent it to the right people, but our attention got drawn to this, I guess, on Monday or Saturday, I guess is when it was, based on that. So that's why it's just now coming to you.
So why is VMG evaluating the 12 million instead of the 12 going back to UNC Health? If UNC evaluated it at 20, why aren't they evaluating it at 12?
Timing.
Okay.
And if the commission would like to hear from the chair of the county commission right now, he can probably shine a little bit light on.
Well, Mr. Chair, you said timing. Is it just that we want to get this over with, or is it some other reason that the amounts are going to go up and it's going to cost more or something?
I think the chair. Chairman, you want to, just to pull your mask away and identify yourself.
Thank you, Treasurer Falwell.
Did you hear Secretary Penny's question? Oh, I'm sorry. Secretary Penny asked the question about the urgency and the timing of this.
The urgency right now is in the financial situation of the hospital. They've been on death watch for several months now. The only thing that's kept them going to this point in time has been CARES Act money that they received last year. And they've gone through that. There's some reasons for that we don't agree with, but it's not within our control. But that's the main reason here. I also believe, based on comments at the bankruptcy court hearing last Thursday, the bankruptcy court is also getting antsy about this process, how long it's taking. The filing was last March, March the 6th, I believe it was, when they filed bankruptcy. And now we're 16 months into that process or so. And the unsecured creditors, Bank of America, everybody says, enough's enough, and we need to move this thing on. And that's those two things, but primarily the hospital is not financially capable. There is a third reason we're losing key employees. One of the reasons for our scoring under the pandemic models that are being presented in the percentages is due to issues at the hospital, not at the county public health department. Because they continue to show a larger percentage of beds for COVID patients and a lack of staff to support those patients. And that's causing sort of not inadequate numbers being represented by our county. But those are the three issues.
Mr. Treasurer. So Randolph County's going on the hook for $12 million, and you have operational issues at the hospital, management issues at the hospital. Are you comfortable with that?
That's not within our control.
That's my point.
They had consultants there for about 4 years, some of them, and the potential buyer has who will be the president and CEO of the hospital working there for about 2.5 months. They've had HR person there, and they've had a lead medical officer on staff there.
Well, but that's sort of my point in that you don't have any control over what goes on at the hospital, yet you're on the hook for $12 million.
That's the point that I was going to make in my introductions. Randolph County Commissioners, I've been a commissioner for 39 years. And I've been a part of that hospital's been there since for 88, 89 years. The county had nothing to do with the operation of the hospital. We have not funded the hospital. We gave them $1 million when they expanded the ER, $100,000 a year for 5 years, several years ago. When the cancer center was built, we made a pledge of about $500,000, $100,000 again for that. But they have nothing to do with the operational expenses of the hospital. The original bill that was passed in 2019, this legislation, was designed, at that time the hospital was having, it's actually being under the operation of Cone Hospital. The president and CEO of the hospital today is a Cone employee. And the plan at that time was Cone was going to come down and build a hospital. $20 million was to sustain Randolph Hospital for the 3 years while while Cone was building the new hospital. March of last year, a couple of days after things closed down, pandemic hits, Cone left town for the second time. They'd already left once. The original plan was to take over, renovate the existing hospital. They walked away from that. The second plan was to build a new hospital. The $20 million was to provide operational expenses while the new hospital was being built. That went out the window. The hospital and their consultants went through a search for a buyer. We had a company out of Tennessee called Java, Java. That was a sort of a holding company. The operational side of that company was Dava. They came in and made a $2 million bid for the assets. The auction there was a window of time for other bidders. So on Thursday night, this was in October of 20, on the Thursday night before the date for any other bidders to come forward was the next morning. They expected one more bidder. On Friday morning, they got 6. Every one of those bidders required the $20 million to proceed with any purchase of the hospital. We then went through an auction. Current proposed buyer, American Healthcare Systems, and one other organization were the 2 high bidders. They got up to $18.5 million for the assets of the hospital.
And the assets are about what, fair market value?
I don't know what that is. I don't know. So they called a stop. So the 2 bidders said, tell us how much of the required non-refundable deposit you will make. So when they came back into session, American Health Systems agreed to pay 100%, $1,850,000. The other folks did half of that. So American Health Systems had to bid. So now we have a potential buyer. The first guy at $2 million, he went out on the second round of bids. So American Health System paid the bid for $18.5 million, still on the $20 million. Now the $20 million was to provide capital needs, not operational funds, but capital needs. That's the reason for the request now. We saw that we thought it would be easier and make more sense to go through the process at a lesser amount. I talked personally to the potential buyer. The plan was to pay them, give them $4 million a year for 3 years, as long as they continue to provide quality health care to the citizens of Randolph County. So that's maybe a long story of how we got to this point. But my point is that we had nothing to do with the management of the hospital. We didn't cover any of those losses. And I think, I would say for transparency or for your knowledge, I served for 20 years on the High Point Hospital Board of Trustees. I served on that board. UNC acquired High Point Hospital. I was chairman of that board when Wake Forest Baptist acquired High Point from UNC in 2018. So I've been involved in the process, and having gone through it, we saw it, and High Point Hospital is much bigger than Randolph, but we saw that we could not make it alone. And we had multiple bidders at High Point. UNC was the preferred. Randolph, if there was a sort of a tactical decision, they were determined to survive as a successful rural hospital, standalone. And that obviously has not worked.
Mr. Chairman.
So here we are. Now, the other thing I would say is this process and borrowing 12 million or even the 20 million, if you go back to UNC's original letter that was sent to this board, it says, Randolph County, this is their first finding of fact, Randolph County has shown sufficient evidence of their ability to repay the $20 million loan requested through the program. I would say, to be more personal to you, in the last 3 years, you have approved $107 million in limited obligation bonds for Randolph County. We have a long history of paying our debts, living within our means, staying within our budget. And that's not an issue in this thing either. We built a new middle school in Trinity, major renovation in addition to Ashboro High School, and a required addition to our detention center or county jail.
All those things you have some control over. The county funds the schools. But in this situation,
yes, ma'am,
I have a concern that the county and the citizens are going on the hook for $12 million. And if the new potential owner runs it in the ground, runs the hospital in the ground, whatever money you gave out to him, you're on the citizens are on the hook, and you have no say so. The county commissioners nor the county has any say so in the management, good or bad, of this hospital. It is a concern for me that I'm going to sit here and approve $12 million. I mean, if you were going to get like some say so in how the hospital got managed or a seat on the board or some of those things, that's one thing. But none of that's going to happen.
We have been assured of a seat on the board. Now,
Verbal or in writing?
Pardon?
Verbal or in writing? Are they written as part of the deal?
Yes.
So they don't get the 12 or the 4 million for 3 years without the seat on the board?
No.
For sure.
For sure. I promise you.
I'd like to see that part of the agreement.
And excuse me, this is Scott Badgett. How large is the board supposed to be, sir?
Probably 7 to 9, probably 7.
Well, from my standpoint, following up on what the auditor has said, I would say you deserve at least 2 seats on the board, or maybe 3. Since y'all are,
if we have 3 seats with a 5-member board, then that becomes part of the county.
Right.
That affects our audits.
Yeah.
Lots of other issues.
I'm sorry. I thought you said 7 to 9 board members.
That's on the hospital. We only have 5 county commissioners. So if 3 of those commissioners are on the board, that's a whole new matter.
Okay, well then I would certainly suggest at least 2.
But yes, we would push for 2 seats.
Well, I think you should demand it myself.
So can we approve this 12 million based on you getting 2 seats on the board?
Sure.
Would that offend you?
Not me.
Anything else you'd like for us to?
I just want to make sure I
Mr. Treasurer?
So Randolph Hospital is a nonprofit standalone hospital, not owned by the county. They're being sold to a for-profit entity.
America.
Yeah, American Hospitals.
They originally applied as a nonprofit, but then just petition the bankruptcy court for this to be for-profit.
Right now, yeah, so I just want to make sure I'm following what's happening. So, okay, nonprofit standalone hospital, Randolph Hospital, not affiliated in any way with the county, being sold to a for-profit hospital. The county is asking for debt for $12 million to finalize the deal to go to improvements for the hospital, correct?
Correct.
And the county is going to pay the $12 million back from property taxes, sales taxes, things like that. And y'all want this deal to come to fruition because you want a robust hospital in your community, make sure it's a good, healthy community, correct? That's the fundamentals. Okay. I just want to make sure.
But no, you're paying the 12 million back because of an appropriation. General Assembly, correct?
Yes.
What? Wait,
Go
wait,
back.
wait, what?
All right, back up and explain it.
Yes, that the legislature, this is a reversal. When I mentioned borrowing, selling $107 million of limited obligation bonds, the state of North Carolina is the lender. We're borrowing money through this legislation from the state of North Carolina.
Okay, we're not giving it to them. But they're borrowing it from us. Yeah.
Yes.
Let's it seems like a small item, and Secretary Marshall wanted to ask a question, but let's
No,
make
it's
sure.
not.
No. I mean, let's get the technical. I think it's all virtuous. Let's just make sure everybody's on the same page. Anybody like to comment on the?
Yes, this is Tim Ramaki again with the State Treasurer's Office. Yeah, so this program was established by the legislature.
Never before.
Yes, never before. And it's open to any hospital to do it, or county, or anyone can make applications. But it was, essentially targeted. And so there was an appropriation of $20 million to make a loan to a county or a hospital or a venture for creating a sustainable healthcare service provider in, that area.
Anywhere.
For the community.
Anywhere.
And the expectation is, in the feasibility analysis, can the hospital pay back the money and operate, not the county? So it would be in the event that the hospital goes south and doesn't have the funds, that then the county, would step in or could step in.
And that's my
make
point.
that payment.
And that's my point, is that they have no control over the management of the hospital. And so if they go bankrupt, the county is left on the hook, right? So that was the point I was trying to make, is that they have no control over the operation of the hospital or the management of the hospital. And so they could be on the hook
To the state.
to the state.
And concern of staff is really not about paying back the loan, because as Chair said, Chair Fry, that Randolph County is a very well-managed county financially, debt-wise, very prudent, conservative, not a problem from that side. The issue that staff has is just what's required in the statute about sustainable plan. Is the plan that the seller has presented going to work, in the long run, be sustainable?
Well, another
So
point.
we're not healthcare experts. That's why we need someone else, especially after UNC has said, your plan's not going to work. We need somebody else who's a healthcare expert to evaluate that plan, what changes we're going to make, and tell us, yes, this plan can work.
Well, even if they can afford 12 million, nobody wants to lose 12 million. Even if you can afford it. But I get what you're saying about, is it sustainable? Because if it isn't, you're going to lose the 12 million. So again, I just think that you who had no say-so in how the hospitals run needs to have some say-so in how the hospitals run. If you're putting the taxpayer dollars on the line, on the hook, the county commissioners need to be on that board.
Yes. Yes. Now, I would say, I think the county's had nothing to do with the hospital. Management overseeing anybody. We've been limited in making decisions because, as you can see, this whole matter's been laid absolutely flatly in the laps of the Randolph County Board of Commissioners. After 4 years in this long process, that's where we are today. So we're looking for answers. And I was going to say been a long and winding road, been a long straight road going straight through bankruptcy into turn out the lights and lock the door. And there's been detours along the way. And this is today is sort of a detour of a decision that is in your hands that gives us another tool. It does not mean that is exactly what we'll do. Our focus is on
what?
It does not mean we're not going to go tomorrow and borrow the $12 million. It's there.
Okay.
So we want to know what is in our arsenal. If you want to add the two, that's great. That's been part of our argument. They want a smaller board, but small is defined as a number. I mean,
Ms. Harris, Secretary Marshall, you had a question, then I'll go to Ms. Harris, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. It's a compound question. The UNC Health evaluated and said it was not feasible. And then the VMG folks said it was feasible. And I want to be sure that that was both at the $20 million figure. If this 12 million is as of a week or something, because this is a long comprehensive study, how do we get to two different results? What the discrepancy is something that bothers me a bit.
I didn't think you said
You-
that.
do you
They haven't done
number?
it yet. That was a question.
Secretary Marshall, and this is what this commission has been struggling with for months, is to try to reconcile this stuff to the frustration of a lot of people. But unless I'm completely backwards on my thinking, if BMG said thumbs up at 20, they would say double thumbs up to 12. But I may be backwards thinking about this, but I don't think I am.
Both the UNC report and the VMG feasibility study were based on the $20 million.
So 12 would make it even more feasible.
Yes.
Did VMG say yes to the 20?
Yes.
And that therein comes my little rub that, and does the VMG substitute for the UNC health system that is set out in the statute?
Okay, wait a minute. Cindy, you want to comment on that? Or let's go to Tim, then to Cindy, and then we'll finish with Secretary Marshall's question, then Commissioner Harris. Okay.
Yeah. This is Tim Ramaki, Secretary Marshall. Yeah, that's our concern. That the engagement that VMG had was not to analyze a sustainable plan. They were, so there's a difference, like I said, between a sustainable plan in which the buyer is basically saying, we're going to do X, Y, and Z to turn this hospital around. What BMG basically said is, if X, Y, and Z work, then it's going to be feasible. They'll be able to produce the revenues. They did not look at X, Y, and Z and say, that's going to be sustainable. That's what UNC Health said. They said, knowing how healthcare works, the things they're proposing probably aren't going to work. And that's what we need to get a consultant to sign off on, saying, no, UNC Health is wrong. Those things that are being proposed by the buyer are going to work. And UNC Healthcare has it wrong.
No, she's saying, can you take VMG's word over UNC? Does the statute say it has to be UNC Health?
No, it doesn't. That's what the statute says, that in the event that UNC Health denies, the applicant can make application request to the LGC to get a qualified, disinterested consultant to evaluate the plan.
And the other question I would have is UNC Healthcare disinterested?
No.
Don't ask Daryl then.
$100,000 question.
Is Randolph County part of their service area?
Not anymore, not as much, sort of.
Could they turn into those? Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So, all right. So
But the statute doesn't require UNC to be disinterested. It requires them to reveal any conflict of interest in there. That's what the statute requires. The problem I have is that the VMG has a little line in there as they're approving it that says, however, we also note that achieving these results would exceed the hospital's actual historical financial performance in terms of growth and profitability. They did some stretching to get to where they were.
And that is correct on a $20 million level.
Right. And my question is, if you look at the statute, and I know there's a timing issue here, but are we required to take the $12 million deal back to UNC so that they evaluate it? Because the $12 million cuts two ways. It's easier to pay back, but it's also less money to turn the hospital around with.
And will it be an adequate?
And I don't know if it's,
are they going to be?
So the question is, does the statute require us to go back to UNC first? Because it specifically requires UNC.
I'll respond to that. There's some discussion in the bankruptcy court of discounting those assets. It is my understanding we hired our own separate counsel for this process. Next Pruitt was Christy Myatt. And she has attended all of the bankruptcy hearings. It's my understanding that the Unsecured Creditors Committee and Bank of America has the only secured interest in that debt, the debt of the hospital, that they would accept a discount in the $18.5 million bid for the assets of the hospital. Bankruptcy court itself has not ruled on that. That's it. There's so many issues here. The cancer center that is attached to that hospital is half owned by Cone Hospital. And it is the most profitable operation of the hospital.
Exactly half on. It's exactly
there's still an issue to be worked out because the new buyer is for profit. That means Cone would lose their 340B discounts on prescription drugs. So, and that issue is still out there. It hasn't been resolved.
Commissioner Harris.
I had to write it down. So I wouldn't lose train of thought. But so I'm a little confused. I'm thinking that staff is recommending approving BMG that they do the evaluation. But you're talking like they've already done the evaluation. So which is it?
They've done a feasibility study, but they've not given us an opinion on the sustainability of the hospital.
There's feasibility and sustainability, and now lower price, and now possibly some of the creditors like Bank of America accepting less money. There's four things going on, at least. Yes, Cindy?
This is Cindy Aiken, legal counsel, and Tim Ramaki, tell me if I'm wrong, but I think what we've been trying to say is feasibility has to do with, is the debt can the debt be repaid? Will the debt be repaid?
You said yes at 20 million.
Financial sustainability of a healthcare service model is, are there plans for how they're going to give out healthcare? Is that a good model for the community? Which is not necessarily the same thing as, is the borrower going to be able to repay the money? And it looks to us like BMG was focused on, will the borrower be able to repay the money?
And the county commissioners, chairman can second this or not. The county commissioners, upon approval of this by this commission, as I just heard your own words a few minutes ago, the county commissioner is not going to go out tomorrow morning and stroke a check for $12 million to these people. No. There's a lot of things that have to happen before that happens. So it's just like authorization, not necessarily of writing them a check. Yes. And then as you're getting into the details of that, that's when you're going to get into the sustainability of the situation.
And security. Back to the auditor's comments. We have prepared a list of security, maybe some subordinate security in these assets. And our attorney is working on that. So we will have as much as we can a secure interest in the process, including the board seats.
Any other questions?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right,
I have one more legal question. And that is, and I understand the timing issue here. But Part C of this law says the commission shall review the UNC healthcare recommendation. I guess now that it has changed, even though we reviewed the $20 million recommendation, is that sufficient to have reviewed the $12 million, this new deal? Because it says that before the commission, the LGC, can act, we have to look at UNC's recommendation. Now, we don't have to accept it because we can go with the third party. But it says we have to look at it. So I'm saying, is looking at the 20 million good enough a good enough substitute than looking at the 12, or do we have to look at the 12 million?
Everybody looking at me.
And I don't know the answer.
Secretary Henny, I just want to make, and I'm saying this as genuinely as I can. If it's the 12 is more conservative and has a higher margin of safety than 20. I'm not looking at that. I'm looking at that correctly, right?
No, not really, because you're looking at the ability to pay. I'm looking at the ability to be feasible and to operate. And that's because that's what one of the things we have to deal with.
And that's the responsibility that the county commission is taking on, since they're the ones that are putting their name on the line.
But that's also one of the things we have to find.
I will say also, we had three.
That's why Ramaki is making the statement, and the first motion or first suggestion from the staff was VG, whatever they are, has to come back and give us more information. It's contingent upon that, because we've got to make that finding.
We had three public hearings involving this process. One to actually make the application, and two to actually borrow the money, because we had two buyers. All three of those public hearings were just overwhelmingly supported by doing it by the public. In knowing that the county was the one borrowing the money. And all three of those passed 5-0 by our board.
Mr. Treasurer?
Yes.
I'm concerned that there are points in this that we don't have enough information to go beyond approving this independent group. Like the fact that we don't know about the board seats. The security aspect has not been worked out, and I understand that can be worked out right to the end. But the fact that the most profitable aspect of the hospital, I'm just now hearing, is owned by Moses Cone, that to me is a big point that is unresolved. I think they have to have a plan to do something with that.
That matter is before the courts right now, and the 2 weeks ago, the bankruptcy court directed a third party bankruptcy judge to mediate the venture center issue between the potential buyer and Cone Hospital. So that process is underway. again, with a mediator.
And what happens if it's not resolved in mediation?
I don't know. I mean, that's really not a question for us. There has to be a resolution. I would say part of the issue is because the cancer center is physically attached to that hospital, causes them to lose the the drug discount. If it was unattached and 30 feet away, it would not matter. That's under the CON rules.
And that drug discount's a big deal because that discount applies to everything in the hospital, not just cancer drugs. So,
Is it set on for hearing, giving for the judge to decide if they don't reach an agreement in mediation?
I don't know. I don't know.
Mr. Mott?
I just want to say how much I admire your effort to, work hard to try to keep your hospital there and plan for the future. And thank you very much for all of your service. Is there a way that we can, because people have talked about a deadline and timing with this, that we can allow this process that's going to examine the sustainability as well as the feasibility, sustainability, and get that information back to us. And then by then there may be some of these questions could get answered, and we could allow this potentially to happen, because I sense that, and I didn't read the general statute. I wish I had, that the General Assembly intended to give this hospital a chance, if that could work out. But there are some questions that I'm hearing that I don't think we have answers to today.
What we could do, which I think is what staff may be recommending with some of the comments and suggestions from the members, is that we contingently approve the $12 million with some of the one or two things that we've talked about here, and so that it would not have to come back in front of the commission. Cindy?
Yes, and Cindy Aiken, council again. I'm not wanting to put any monkey wrench in, but just to try to address Secretary Penny's question about should this go back to UNC at a $12 million level? I'm going to say that the answer to that is whatever UNC Health decided was their application process, because UNC Health was directed by the General Assembly to establish the process for submitting applications for loan. So the statute is silent on what happens if you want to amend your application. So I guess we're saying we could skip that step and just the LGC would accept the amended application. And we're just sort of, again, like as Treasurer said from the very beginning, we're plowing new ground here. Sort of, I guess we're trying to balance what makes sense. I listened to the bankruptcy hearing last week, and I believe June 4th. Let me back that up. I believe they said by May 28th, this other bankruptcy judge was supposed to, they should have worked out the cancer center issues. Is that Gerald?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't remember exactly.
It was it was before June the 1st.
Before, that's right.
Because our next meeting, LGC meeting is the 1st. Then the next bankruptcy hearing after that is June 4th. But I mean, it was just, and if it's any, I don't know if this is information that has anything to do with us or not, but the Attorney General has still not opined on whether this should go through, and the buyer is still waiting on some approvals for license transfers.
So that's the reason I'm saying we're not going out and borrowing $12 million. There's still questions to be answered. And talking a couple of things, security and board seats are important to us. Now there was a subsequent report from UNC as a follow-up by the hospital to UNC, and they issued a follow-up report to you. That sort of softened, I think, the language or the tone of the first report, but it did not change their final decision to deny the application.
And
And there was a, I'm sorry, there was a company.
Repeat that. Repeat that. Repeat what you just said.
The hospital,
Subsequent report.
wrote a rebuttal to UNC's letter that came to us on February 1. And there was also a letter from Mr. Sarian, the president and CEO of American Healthcare Systems, explaining some of the personal issues involving his previous employment that was attached to that. UNC sent another letter to you, to the LGC, sort of changing some of their original language, softening a little bit, but it did not change their final decision to deny the application.
So
and,
let's,
and LGC, that I know is a lot of materials, but those were the
Just
two
to tell you,
emails
your
that
tie's
came
nice
from
looking.
me, sent me last week. They were, I told you I had sent you all 2 emails, and that's what that was. All the exhibits that went with those 2 UNC Health letters, February and then March. So you'd have a full picture if you had had time to look.
so let's talk about some contingencies on the approval today. Number one, given what the council just said, has to be signed off by the Attorney General. But that's got to happen no matter what, right? That, would you agree? Right?
What's got to be signed off?
This
Sale.
any sale from a nonprofit to a for-profit has to be signed off by the Attorney General.
All right.
So that's a,
I don't know if that's exactly right, but the Attorney General is say yay or nay.
nobody disagrees that the Attorney General has a say.
Yeah, right.
Does anybody disagree with that? No. The second contingency is, would you like for the board seat contingency to be in there?
Absolutely.
Yes, I would.
Yes.
Okay. So at least 2.
That's what I would say. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. The third thing was, security is either Mr. Secretary Penny or Mr. Munn. Well, security interest was yours, but you want to elaborate on that?
Well, just we have a security agreement drafted.
And here's what it was. And the fourth thing, which probably is the number 2 thing, is that what LGC staff has asked, and that is the DMG. Can you give me those words again, Sharon?
DMG will provide an opinion that the hospital's stabilization plan demonstrates financially sustainable healthcare service model for the community.
Right.
I'm fine with those contingencies. I just have one question. When we're talking about the board seats, American Health Systems LLC, do they own other hospitals? Is there a parent corporation there, or are they only going to own this hospital? I just want to make sure that the commissioners that are going to be sitting on the board have voting power and authority.
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
yeah,
that was a yes to 2 different questions. I don't think they own other hospitals.
No, we don't own the hospital.
No.
American Health Care.
American Health doesn't own other hospitals.
Own another hospital?
Yeah.
No, but that's their plan.
Right.
So that's
But the answer is no and then yes.
But
that's their plan. So this, I think, a more positive comment. They're determined to make this work because their plan is to. I would say that Sherry, he had 40 years in hospital business, and several years with Prime, which is a large for-profit hospital. And his task, his job was overseeing and restabilizing rural hospitals.
I just want to make sure when we're talking about the board seats that you're getting board seats on the LLC itself, not some advisory board that really has no power. I just want to make sure. Okay.
So the contingencies are the Attorney General. So that'd be number 1. Number 2, what Sharon just said about DMG signing off on the sustainability at $12 million. Number 3 is the board seats. Number 4 is the security limits.
What was the second one you said?
DMG
Oh, yeah.
Want
signing
to put
off.
the
Not just
favorable resolution of the Cancer Center?
I only have four. The application, the approval of the application, the approval of Lincoln and hospital on the cancer center.
Well, if that doesn't happen, the judge, bankruptcy
I mean,
judge.
are you saying the attorney general has to approve this agreement?
Okay, let me back up. I think the attorney general has to approve anytime that there's a nonprofit that's being converted to a for-profit.
Yeah, that's the hospital itself. Yes, correct.
Okay,
Yes.
so number one, deference to the attorney general, number one. Number two, the DMG signing off on a $12 million level about not just the feasibility, but the medical sustainability of their model. Number two. Number three is the board seats, and number four is the security interest.
I may have heard Secretary Marshall ask for number 5.
Favorable resolution on the Cancer Center.
But if the cancer center's not, okay, well, go ahead and talk about that. I guess.
Well,
You want to put that in there?
we don't know how to work that out. That's
The bankruptcy judge has assigned this to another judge.
that's been assigned to another bankruptcy judge to mediate that issue.
But if that doesn't get resolved, I don't want to call somebody the big bankruptcy judge.
That's
Big
that
bankruptcy.
really doesn't have anything to do with the 12 million, other than it's part of the long process to keep the hospital in a sustain hospital in Asheboro.
Right. Any other, is that satisfactory?
It is to me.
Staff?
I'll be glad to make that motion. I'll be glad to make that motion, but I sure couldn't explain it. But
Okay. All right.
Oh, just hold on.
I'll be glad to second that motion.
Can you say second?
Yeah, I second it, but I ain't gonna explain it either.
Not explain it either.
All right, so this is Cindy Aiken again. Because of the issues that I have sometimes with both my ears working, I wrote big notes to myself. Make sure resolutions are clear and all members understand, and write down all the conditions. So that's note to myself, but we have some clarification here. So are we saying the county, what does this say? Doesn't 3 or more?
Follow and indicated at least 2 seats,
At least 2 seats.
but I believe that over 3 seats might create issues.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure we're
3
clear on
seats
those.
would create an issue.
Yeah,
Yeah,
3 would not create an issue on the LLC board, but would create an issue on just.
On the county side.
That's why I said 2.
So it's,
So it's not at
I
least
just-
2, it's 2.
it's 2. I wrote down 2 seats.
Right, that's correct.
No more, no less. I have 4 contingencies then. So this resolution is 1, or A, approve VMG, what their name is, as a disinterested, as a disinterested qualified third party. Is that part of our motion?
Yep.
Okay. Then B, approve a $12 million loan subject to the following contingencies. The Attorney General approves the transaction. This VMG, their correct name, gives the opinion from the language from the statute, the sustainable healthcare service model for the community. Number 3, Randolph County receives 2 seats on the board of the owner of the hospital with full voting rights, or whatever the magic language. Number 4, the county, here's where we could get fuzzy. Security interest to secure the loan in a form satisfactory to whom? The commissioners of Randolph County.
That gives you some.
And I will say, I have seen over these last months drafts of some of these documents that Chairman Fry has referred to, and I'm sorry, I'm sorry if I'm speaking out of turn, but I didn't know if you'd said earlier on that let's say this all went through, and is the buyer getting 12 million on day one, or it's coming in, I thought you said it's, which was
$4 million.
yeah, that was, because when this first came to us and we were all reviewing it, that was like the number one thing. I said, wait, why isn't it a drawdown as needed basis? Surely you're not going to give them all. No. All right. So with both, I would, personally, I would say number 4 with the security interest and drawdown schedule. I mean, maybe that's too much detail as approved by the county.
That has been,
That would bounce back.
given to the potential buyer. They're aware of it.
That's what I find it.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
would it not be better to state a percentage of the board as opposed to 2 seats, since we don't know how many members there are going to be on the board?
We can't go over 3 because there's only 5 members
Can't go
of
over
the,
2.
we can't go over 2 because there's only 5 members of the Randolph County Commission.
Mr.
Okay,
Chair,
aren't we interested in the number of those 2 commissioners on a hospital board not to exceed? I mean, those 2 people need to be on a smaller board, not on a 20-member board where their vote's diluted.
It's going to be small.
Mr. Chairman, that was going to be my question to piggyback on Secretary Marshall. Who controls the size of the board, and can they expand it unilaterally, thereby not giving the county a little bit more voice by adding a second member? That was going to be my question. I don't know how the board is formed or whether it can be expanded and by whom.
Just from our discussions, there's a greater likelihood that it would be a 5-member board than it would be a 7-member board. I mean, they are not a big board.
Let me attempt to answer that. I would say if he's holding the checkbook to $12 million on $4 million tranches, and they tried to do, your question is sort of like, we're hoping for the best, but expecting the worst. Got to kind of plan for all that. That I would think if you got a sense that any of that was happening, where they were going to expand the board to dilute your authority, that they just wouldn't give them the rest of the money.
And it's a 12-year loan, correct? $1 million, all that maybe?
Is that correct?
That's
I know
what
the 20 was
y'all
20
sent
years.
us. That's what y'all sent us.
Okay.
On the new amortization.
Mr. Munn?
Well, I was just saying that if there was a problem of appointment, sometimes counties or cities will appoint people other than the commissioners themselves.
Right.
And therefore you actually get away from having too many members, and some other problems. But that's another option.
But when 2 is a minimum, he could negotiate 5.
We want 2 commissioners, but there is, which probably the mayor of Asheboro.
Yes. You could put someone.
Just look at my head on appointed residents versus
Sorry,
members of council.
Cindy, get one more time, Chairman. Cindy, again, sorry, I have to point out that the statute, again, gives UNC Healthcare the administrative duties for the program, and also duties like negotiating the terms of the loan between the state and the applicant, determining the security interest that would be from the state's point of view. You're talking about your documents with the buyer, which is another animal. So, but just so y'all know, UNC Health is supposed to be the administrator, and we'll get copies of everything, but they're supposed to determine if the state of North Carolina wants any security from Randolph County. I don't know that that's required, but just so you know, and they're supposed to be monitoring repayments. Sorry.
So I think our resolution is clear.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I mean, we're not tied to $4 million a year for 3 years. If it's $3 million for 4 years, that's up to us in our case, right?
Correct. No further discussion. We have a motion and a second.
And Secretary Marsh, I mean, if I say that the 4th one is county receives security interest from the buyer in a form satisfactory to the county, is that clear enough for the members?
Yep.
I think so.
Yeah, in an amount satisfactory.
Okay.
Okay. Clerk will call the roll.
Who made the motion?
Mayor Paget,
Made the motion and
Penny
Secretary Penny second.
Mayor Wood,
Aye.
Secretary Marshall,
Aye.
Ms. Harris,
Aye.
Mr. Bass,
Aye.
Mr. Munn,
Aye.
Mr. Philbeck,
Aye.
Treasurer Falwell.
Aye.
Point of privilege, please. I didn't introduce Mr. Kenny Kidd.
Sorry.
He is our commissioner representing District 1, which includes the city of Asheboro, where the hospital is located. And also, I know Representative Burley, and just thank you, Treasurer, for your work on behalf of the citizens of Randolph County, your involvement, your time, and to all this board, not just for today, but for all the years you've kept us straight, not just Randolph County, but all of our counties, Viola. And we thank you for the work that you do for local government, state, for our citizens. Thank you very much.
And sir, can I ask, I never got, are you the chairman of the Board of Commissioners?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Well, I just want to commend you as a local elected official for your work and your accuracy today. I think you've done an outstanding job answering their questions and representing your constituents.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Honor.
Thank you. Take a break. All right. Thank you all for coming. Good, thank you. And Representative Hurley, thank you. Representative Hurley's tough as nails. Look at those.
Yeah, that's it.
Look at those, that's
Thank you.
Give me just a moment and I'll say goodbye.
All right. For the record, Ms. Harris has to leave, so we're noting Ms. Harris has had to exit. She'll listen on the phone, but then she won't hear. Okay, what time is it? All right, this is Cindy Aiken. Well, for those listening on the phone, we're just waiting a moment to transition to the next item. And I guess, well, for the record, we can go ahead and maybe we'll have, well, we guys gotta wait for the chairman. Hold on. I'm gonna have y'all introduce yourselves. Do any members need more water? Oh, no, I knew it better. Oh, wait, that one, there's one. That's not where it is. Of course. Oh, I gotta switch files. Gosh, right. Debbie, give me. Hang on, I can switch. So.
Sorry about that. Welcome. We're now on to our next item, and I guess y'all been listening. You've been listening?
Yes, sir.
Then I don't need to repeat what I've already said, that the last issue and this issue is something that's never come before the so these are very peculiar in many respects. I will say similar to what I said about Randolph County, and most of you have heard me say this before. I've been in the state all my life. I've never visited Bald Head Island. It's a lovely place. I've never stayed on Bald Head Island. But this issue has brought a lot of, all politics is local. Nothing going to be more local probably than this. From all of you to the Local Government Commission, I'm sorry that I wasn't able to stick to the timeline that I promised, but those of you who have had things that dealing with the Local Government Commission, we've kind of gone through a lot of this in warp speed. As far as our consent agenda, our other items, amount of towns we now have responsibility for. All that to say is we appreciate your patience. I will say that as we proceed over the next few minutes, it's okay to be passionate. We don't mind your passion coming out. We don't mind your ability coming out. But if there's not integrity that's in front of all that stuff, then the other two don't matter.
Amen.
So that's very, very important. Is to if you say something in this meeting, then you own it. And it's very, very important to us. So the matter that's before us is the approval of the transaction regarding the sale of private ferry system owned by Bald Head Land, aka Mitchell family, to the authority. And so we're going to start and let staff start with their comments.
Okay, so the item up for discussion and potential action is, as Treasurer Farwell said, the sale of the assets of the ferry system from Bald Head Limited to Bald Head Island Transportation Authority, which was created by the General Assembly several years ago. The loan is in an amount not to exceed $59 million. A small portion of that, $4 million, would be taxable. The remainder would be tax-free debt. The authority contends that the loan is necessary and expedient to enable it to provide a long-term, reliable and safe transportation system to and from the island, both for passengers and freight. There is a purchase agreement between the seller and Bald Head Island Transportation Authority. There's been an appraisal, an independent appraiser, and a feasibility study done by Mercator International, which spoke to the bond coverage ratios and the ability to repay the debt. There is a rate increase planned for July, which will be the first rate increase for the ferry system since 2011. The bonds were rated, our potential bonds were rated BBB- by S&P. Terms are a 30-year term with a fixed interest rate. And you see the different rates there for the difference between the tax-free debt and the taxable debt. Again, that the total amount not to exceed $59 million. Staff is not recommending approval of this item because of concerns with the appraisal and the fact that the appraised value set by the appraisal greatly exceeds the recent tax valuation amounts that were determined by Brunswick County for fiscal year 2019.
So we've heard staff's recommendation to not approve the transaction as before us in the application. I can open up to members, or I can let each side have a few moments to talk about the staff's recommendation. There may be some people that are joining us through our Teams meeting. Is that correct? How many?
I have 3, Mr. Treasurer, that signed up, but I see 2 online right now. And also I have some other virtual attendees from the authority who I'm unmuting right now if they need to speak. So, but I have 3 that signed up for public comment.
Good. Since we've been sitting here, I've received dozens and dozens and dozens of emails regarding this transaction. So I think it would be most fair. We are joined by Susan Rabin, who's the chair of the Bald Head Island Transportation Authority.
Got it.
And since you are the applicant, I presume that it would be most appropriate to let you go first, if you would, and identify yourself, and you can stand up here and speak, and you're far enough away from everybody that I think you're safe enough
Well,
where
am I allowed to?
you're allowed to do anything you like. And just,
Well,
and then we will, from there, we'll hear from the actual village ball, incorporated city. Is that Badge the Bomb?
Yep. Do not think that's appropriate. Bad to the bone.
I'm the calm one in the room. It's not a good thing. Anyway.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Who did you say besides Susan Rabin? Who's the next person you said we would hear from, and who are they and what are they?
The village of Bald Head, the mayor of Bald Head Island.
Okay, that's good. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
well, I wasn't sure how you were going to do this today, but I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. I think you've all heard a lot about the history. I don't think any of you probably, if you'd like for me to go through that again, I will, but we've been working on this for 3 going on 4 years now. And we have done our best to follow the law. That's what we're doing. We're taking the statute, we're following the law and trying to move forward with what the legislature has asked us to do. And at this point, we feel like we're ready to move forward and take this to the next level, or it's time to find out, get things moving the way the legislature wants. And I'm happy to answer any questions. I just do not want to repeat a lot of questions that you've already, a lot of information you've heard.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And if you'll, I think for efficiency purposes, if you don't mind, you'll sit where Ms. Harris sits.
Oh,
if you like. And we'll have the next presenter come up. And that way, when the commission has questions, y'all won't be walking back. I know the sooner that y'all can get back to.
Is there a microphone?
It's right.
Oh,
It's
okay,
in
thank you. I just wanted to make sure I was doing what I should do.
At least that's what they tell me they paid for. It might just be a piece of green fluorescent light up there. I'm just not sure.
Yeah.
That was
Pretty
funny.
cool, I know, I like it.
There's your humor there. This could be a stick that you give a 12-year-old. You stick it and it lights up. I don't know. So, Mayor,
I just said,
introduce yourself for the record.
I'm Andy Sayre, Mayor of Bald Head Island. I've been on the village council for nearly 24 years, and nearly 12 of those as mayor. Some of this, as Susan just said, may be repetitious to you. I apologize. It's the first time I've been in conversation with you all. I have a short presentation here. The legislation that created the statute that in turn created the Bald Head Island Transportation Authority proceeded without the participation or even knowledge of the Bald Head Island community. At inception, the village council supported the concept, albeit with reservations. Unfortunately, a lack of transparency in the community persisted due to non-disclosure agreements required by the seller, in combination with nearly all deliberations occurring closed session, deemed proprietary information. As time passed, some on the authority board became concerned about appraisals, projections, and asset values. For my part, I became alarmed at the emphasis of the deliberations on the financing structure without proper analysis of the complex asset being transferred. In particular, I became more and more concerned that deferred capital expenditures and deferred maintenance were not being reflected in either the purchase price or the future operating projections. In particular, the deficiencies at the two terminals include, but are not limited to, dysfunctional baggage handling, poor passenger management, and lack of thorough planning for future dredge spoils disposal and parking. Another critical shortcoming is the limited amount of usable land at the Baldhead Island Terminal, where passengers, employees, trams, carts, baggage dollies, public safety vehicles, and the occasional emergency vehicle all compete within the constrained land area. Safety is a real concern. Remarkably, at present, there are no toilet facilities on the land that is planned to convey to the authority. All in all, the remediation of these issues, as well as others, could easily cost $10 million, and very possibly much more. Disturbingly, these issues were not adequately analyzed, often not even acknowledged in the due diligence process. Also, to my knowledge, no non-resident member of the authority, nor the consultant preparing the due diligence report, witnessed in person the operational difficulties of the transportation system at high traffic periods. Even though those periods occur from Memorial Day to Labor Day and on many of the holidays in between. Perhaps more than other enterprises, the transportation system relies and is judged by the performance of its diversified employees. No compensation study was performed even after the village recommended its independent consultant, already familiar with the local job market. In order to operate a first-class system, there is a definite possibility that compensation will need to be above the norm. Also, retirement programs need to be examined. When I speak of Baldhead Island community, that includes residents, property owners, service providers, nonprofits, and all guests. They all are what makes Baldhead Island work. Recently, there seems to be a sentiment that our community's transportation system needs outside supervision. I disagree. The village and the community are ever mindful of the difficulties inherent in working and visiting the island, and are constantly trying to improve the conditions. A case in point is the present construction of vastly improved contractor services facilities with an eventual village cost exceeding $2 million. Similarly, it has been expressed that the transportation system is a regional responsibility. I disagree. The transportation system has one duty to transport passengers and vehicles from Southport to Baldhead and back again. It is not a gateway to other destinations. It is a utility of the community of Baldhead Island, which will be paying off its debt. An appropriate test would be to ask who is harmed if this utility is mismanaged or a natural or man-made disaster occurs. Not the vast majority of Southport, Brunswick County, or state citizens, but all of the Baldhead Island community would be harmed, which consequently should have the major responsibility for management of the transportation system. Thank you. As the chairman said, we've received, I think, probably 65 plus emails today as word got out to the citizens. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, were you?
I thought you wanted him.
Oh, well, the first thing I was going to say is, yeah, I received, excuse me, thought you wanted me to sit down.
I just want to be close.
Okay.
Andy, you stay close too.
Okay, yeah, that's, Andy and I have been in close quarters together, so we're okay close together. So, I understand the emails y'all received today because I received 3 emails myself from Wendy Wilmot Properties requesting the emails be sent today while I was sitting in the other room. Now, whether, the timing is interesting, but it is what it is. And so I just think we need to be upfront about that. And I appreciate the opportunity to meet with you because I've tried numerous times since your first visit to Bald Head, and I haven't been given that opportunity. So thank you for letting me come see you today and talk with you. But I do think there is a way we can all work together. We're trying to work together. We were unaware of any concerns from the rest of the community until December, after the meetings in December. And yes, I did know that all of the trustees were not satisfied with all the parts of the deal. That's a fair deal. We're not all satisfied with any deal. I figure if we are, then it's not a good deal. So I'm happy to answer any questions specifically in regard to that, but I think it's important.
Mr. Treasurer.
Yes, ma'am.
Several issues as I have poured through, and I would say that I have been in the bowels of all this stuff that's been sent to me. And I have gone through it. What I would say is this: I am too concerned with the difference between the evaluation done and the tax value. I know that tax values are supposed to equal market value in the year of the assessment. And so I would expect these to be a lot closer than they are. I'm also concerned that many people on Bald Head Island don't feel like this was a transparent process. The other thing is, I have been to Bald Head Island many, many, many times. I know how that system works. From the ferry to the baggage to the tram to all of the above. And I was surprised to see the value of the assets personally, given that I've been over there and I've seen what they look like personally, and I see how all that works. So having said that, I would like to make a motion to table this bond issuance until the staff gets more comfortable with the valuation and the tax values and reconciles them for us. I am more interested. I need to understand. I didn't think the depreciation values, I didn't think the depreciations include, I was surprised that there were no more than they were, the depreciation that was used. And I'd like to be there more, to be more amicable, working together of the village and the authority. I don't care who runs it. I really don't care who runs that ferry system and the barge and I don't care. As long as when I get on that thing, it floats and it goes to the other side and it's efficient and it all works. I don't care.
That's the goal.
But so I need numbers that I can count on and feel comfortable with, because 56 million is a lot for somebody to have to pay back. It's a lot. And then I'm afraid you got the 56 million debt, and then any capital improvements that have to come on top of that. I'm just concerned. I just want to make sure if 56 million is the number, is the fairest number, I want to be comfortable with that. And today, given everything, and when I say I've been in the bowels of these documents, I've been in the bowels of these documents, spent all day long on the phone, in the documents, on the phone, in the documents, and I am not comfortable with voting on anything today. Not up, not down. I am not comfortable. So I would ask the commission to take the recommendation of the staff, table this. If everybody will jump in and get it done in 30 days, fantastic. Let's put it back on the agenda for next month. I don't care. But when I get all of this, I want to know that the right people have been heard, the right number of people have been heard. And again, not everybody's going to agree. There's going to be some dissenters. And if it's a few, I'm going to discount them. I am going to discount them. But there's too many dissenting. I've read your letter, Ms. Raven, about the answers to the questions. One thing you did not answer was the discrepancy between the valuation and the tax value. Plus, I got two guys who say this was not public information. A lot of things you quote in your letter says we did make it public, but the timing of when it became public is questionable. There was not enough time to handle all this. Because December, January, February is when all this became public. People just didn't have enough time to digest this. And so I'm looking to the commission today. And again, I got no dog in this fight. I don't care if it's the village or the authority that runs this system. I don't care. I just need numbers that I can count on before I approve a bond issuance of $56 million.
And on the appraisal, I would like to say the reason you use that appraiser is because the village had used them 3 other times recently. That was the reason for using it. And we have somebody here that can talk about the values, but that was something that we did. We looked for somebody the club had used and the village.
And I appreciate that. But again, I looked at comps. I am familiar with Atlantic Beach. I'm familiar with Wilmington and Wrightsville Beach. I'm at Ocean Isle. I'm familiar with that area. I was surprised at some of the comps you used.
It's amazing what's happening now.
And, but a residence on the water, whether it's intercoastal or the beach or sound, is very different than a place to park a ferry and get off and take baggage. It's different.
I agree it's different, but you also have the issue of not being able to find deep water areas to do that on the coast now too.
And I would agree with that statement. Some places in here was talking about vehicles. There are only going to be golf carts other than utility vehicles or emergency vehicles or trucks. I get that. So again, I just, I reconcile those two numbers for me, and maybe I'll be okay with the 42 million that the asset rate that. But there's just too big of a difference. Either Brunswick County's got a really bad tax assessor, and y'all are missing out on a lot of revenues, or there's something wrong with the appraisal. That is too far off. It's more than twice.
So let me, I'll second.
Can I grab my bottle of water real quick?
Yeah. I'll second.
One right
I
behind
got
you.
one right there too.
I second the auditor's motion, and now we'll go further into discussion.
Madam Auditor, Mr. Treasurer, I certainly understand the motion, and with the utmost respect, I hear it. I would prefer, and I'm going to vote no on the motion, but I would prefer to have some discussion today with the understanding that 30 minutes, an hour into the discussion, I may very well be open to tabling it. So I'd like to have the discussion, and I may be open to tabling down the road.
Mr. Treasurer.
Yes.
May I ask you to help me understand that statement?
Well, I would like to ask the question to the applicant today. It helped me with the valuation of the appraisal. It was stated that they took the replacement cost approach. I'd like to know why they requested that. I have some questions on the appraisal itself that I'd like to see if they can answer, and I'd like to have the discussion before we move to table.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Good question, good answer.
Thank
And
Mr. Munn, and then we'll go back to after Mr. Munn, Commissioner Bass is going to ask his question.
Here, you want to ask questions prior to the motion? You want to have the discussion while the motion's on the table?
We're going to have.
Okay, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that.
I was going to say,
I'm not going to call questions to everybody's done.
I'm fine with that.
Fair enough.
I'm fine with that.
Told you to bring your toothbrush. I didn't think I was serious, but now you know I'm serious.
thank you. I just want to say that I agree with Mr. Bass. I would like to get into the heart of the evaluation and the appraisal, because I think that's at the heart of the concern of the town, and also fundamentally, what's involved with paying back the loan. And experience, sadly, Madam Auditor, I have seen that real value of property and the appraised value of property often departs. And I wish it didn't, but particularly with commercial properties or unusual properties. But I really would like to hear if you have someone that's present that can speak to why you used the cost approach, why you specifically didn't use the income approach or comps or comparables. And when you got that information back and you knew what the tax value was, what was the authority's position on that? How did you say, well, we just need one appraisal? You don't need a review appraisal or anything. How to really kind of hone in on that? Because I think even if we continue this, we will still come back to what is the value.
That is the central
And so
question.
I agree with Mr. Bass, like that while everybody's here, let's get to the heart of value.
And before we go around the horn for people who aren't in the room and want the commission, for me, it's always been about three things: governance, transparency, and valuation. So it's not just evaluation for me, it's what's the proper governance structure and the transparency associated with it.
That's another big piece I will point out. It isn't just about the value, but the transparency did not happen.
So before I go around the horn to others that are joining us, commission members, we're going to let the commission members vet and discuss and go back and forth. Number one, we have members who have signed in from the public who would like to comment on this subject. We'll go to them. Number two, and then we'll keep irrigating this until we get to some outcome where I can call the question. And I don't want you to be offended by this, but I don't know that you were here when this was presented to us on December.
I was on the phone.
You were on the phone.
I was on the phone.
And there is some discrepancy about what was said and what we heard. Now, that happens at my age. Just ask my wife.
And
Go.
I was on the phone. So maybe.
But I think I specifically asked a very simple question. Is anybody in opposition to this transaction? And I specifically remember, I think Mr. Paul, I think it was him, somebody may correct me, who sat over Tim City and held up his left hand and said, we have this, we have this, we have this, we have this. And there's no opposition. And I didn't hear anybody in this room or on this piece of paper or on this call that said anything different. And so you have to be somewhat empathetic, given what you've heard us go through the last 3 hours on some very, very complicated deals across North Carolina that involve hospitals and sewers and putting up Christmas lights and all other kinds of things. You have to appreciate the fact, not just with Secretary Penny, Marshall, Walter Wood, myself, but these other public members of this commission, that when someone, regardless of whether it's me or not, asks that simple of a question and the answer comes back as no, and then we just learn something different. It's very offsetting.
Well, and I will be honest with you, I had not heard any official opposition either at that point, but I did. I said I knew some of the trustees were not very as excited about it as others.
But I'm not talking about opposition. I'm going to irrigate this. I'm not talking about opposition from Waynesboro. I'm not talking about opposition from Watauga. I'm talking about opposition from the very village that depends on this for essentials of living.
And we heard that in December afterwards.
And Mr. Treasurer, I have to say this. When I ask a question like that, when you ask a question like that, I have to be able to trust the answer.
100%.
And because the miss was so bad, I trust nothing else to get said by the authority, nothing else. And I want to ask this today before Mr. Bass, where is that man? Where is that man that said that day?
He's the seller, and since we're focusing on financing, he's not here today.
Well, if he came here and told us that mistruth, misinformation, he'll be here to explain himself.
But Auditor Wood, why, let me ask a fundamental question. If he's the seller and he made the statement, I understand. But he's not part of the authority. Why would we mistrust what the authority said when the assumption is that the seller told him this truth?
Seller's paying the bills of the authority right now.
Is that correct? Is the seller paying
The
the bills
seller
of the
is
authority?
making grants to the Village of Bald Head. That the Village of Bald Head is passed through because the legislature who decided the bill and decided the governance on this did not appropriate any money
Exactly.
for this.
Okay.
So the seller has to be involved in this up to here, or it won't work.
But that was the legislature's decision, not the authority's decision. And that's, you know.
I get that, but through all that, you're tied to the seller. You are really, and why the seller would even be here, because this was a financing presentation, what we want to do, that's got to be financed. If we want to throw him out and say he's not a part of this, he should have never been a part of that.
I won't argue on that.
And I don't care if I go a step too far on this, but if I was one of these people for a third of my life, if you can't not look at this deal through the eyes and the back and the feet and the hands and the heart of people who make $12 an hour, who service everything that goes on this island, probably on a ratio of 6 to 1. You're not looking the right way. Because this is not about the people who can afford these homes. This is about people. The reason I went down there is because, as you heard a moment ago when I started talking about quilts, my ascension in life is, whatever that may have been, is to get my arms around something. I'm not a reader. I'm a mechanic. And the way I get my arms around something is I do it with my eyes. And that's where I went. And so my point of saying that to you is that I saw these folks, and I went around to the barge and I observed, and that's what I do. And this is as much about the people who make $12 an hour as it is about anyone who could afford any price of house on Bald Head Island. And I'll close with that thought, because no matter what we're talking about on this transaction, and I don't know the Mitchell family. I was actually found it interesting that after I talked about the possibility of giving this to the Village of Bald Head, that somebody who I still don't know who they are called me from Texas, completely unsolicited, and said, in a very gruff voice, said, "Is this the treasurer?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Did you know George Mitchell?" I said, "No." He said, "Well, let me tell you something about what you just said." I said, "Okay." He said, if George Mitchell would have read that press release about donating this ferry system to the Village of Bald Head, he would have thought about it for 60 minutes and said yes. So my point is, I can't gauge where all these people's lives are, but our loyalty and duty of care is to the fact that this has to be considered like any toll road that people don't have a choice but to use. And the ultimate impact on the fact that when you talk about the financing, which you cannot separate from the seller who's underwriting all the things that go on here, you can never get away from this fact. This is a transfer of wealth from people who make $12 an hour to some very wealthy individuals. That's what it is, because the only way this perks is to raise rates. It doesn't perk any other way but to raise rates. And on a ratio of probably 6 to 1, the people that pay those rates are able to make $12.
And Mr. Treasurer, I would appreciate that. And I do the same thing. And I go and I talk to them and I talk to people from Southport, Brunswick County and everywhere else. And I wish that while you'd been in Brunswick County, you would have tried to meet with me as well. Because I would have loved, we could have all sat down and talked about the whole thing there. Because as the ferry goes by my house every morning and every time it goes, and I would welcome that opportunity. All right.
Board members, let's go to.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, we've got a motion and a second on the floor, and I completely understand Mr. Bunn and Mr. Bass, their concerns about the valuations and so on, but I think if we do what the auditor made the motion to do, we will hear that. That will have to be resolved when we have our next meeting. And I think for all to listen to all the people express themselves today might be counterproductive, because we may be discussing something different a month from now. I'm not sure what the motion was. It was just to table it, am I correct, auditor?
Yes.
So at the appropriate time, when they're ready to come back, it may be a whole new set of questions, or it may be more support from one side or the other. So I don't really see the need to do that. So I would like to vote on the motion, and my vote will be to uphold the motion to table it.
Thank you.
This is Mike Philbeck.
Yeah.
I don't know that I've ever read as much stuff as I've read on this issue in the nearly 8 years I've served on the LGC. And I think Mayor Padgett makes a pretty good point. I don't mind listening if that's the will of the board, but I can tell you that I have enough questions in my mind. I seriously doubt they could ever be resolved with the information we have now in favor of the proposal from the proposed buyer. And I know it's a complicated subject and I don't know it, but I would tend to favor the motion at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Anybody else who's joined?
I would not disagree with anything that was said. I do know that this is Ron Penny. I do know that the likelihood is the difference in the valuation may be because the Brunswick County tax supervisor is just valuing the pieces and not the ongoing concern, and therefore the value that is being sold is the ongoing concern. But obviously, so there's going to be a difference. But obviously, I think there are valid questions about whether or not that the number is the right number. And so, and if my explanation is the accurate explanation, it could be, and it may or it may not be. How long would it take? I'm asking the authority. How long would it take for the authority, maybe working with the city of Bald Head, to come up with a valuation? Someone to provide that valuation in a methodology that's agreeable to both.
I don't know the answer to the question, and I'm not saying that because I'm trying to be evasive. The reason I'm saying that is things are very, very busy down there right now, and finding a commercial appraiser to do that and get it back to us. Do you have a better idea than I do, Mayor Sayer?
No, I don't, but I think that there's a third leg here that has to be involved in this whole discussion, and that is the seller. we've got to, I think, the three parties working together is how we come to a resolution.
Well, and going to the expense of another valuation is one thing. If somebody can reconcile for me the difference between the two numbers, what Brunswick County tax assessor, because I'm sorry, Sharon, correct me if I'm wrong, but in the year of valuation, shouldn't the tax assessor's value, commercial or residential, be close, if not on point? So, and this is 2.5 times different. So if somebody can reconcile that for me and it's still 42 million, I'm fine with that. I just don't agree with the numbers that I saw, given my background, what I do. I'm not in agreement with that. Plus, I see in your letter that you sent to me, where you say that there was information that couldn't be pulled together to come to the income approach. Yet I see in the evaluators, the evaluators statements that he, in his scope, he actually obtained information to be able to do the income approach, but it was requested by the client not to do the income approach. So there's just a number of things that if we could just work through them and reconcile them. I don't want the valuation to go up. I don't want it to go down. I want it to be what it really is that I can get comfortable with. So I'm thinking that we need to give some direction to the three of you, the two of you and the seller, as to what needs to be worked out before we can move forward with making a decision. You may not like our decision, you may not like our decision, but I got to have something else here to make a decision. So I'm just saying, maybe instead of saying, go out and do another evaluation, if somebody will come along and say, and let this appraiser do the income side of it, because he says in his scope, he gathered the information to do that. You're saying it's not available. He says it was because he gathered it.
Well, and I was gonna ask Mary Nash if she can help with that, because she has actually looked into that to see what we could pull together, if that's permissible.
And the other thing that I'm sort of struggling with when I read his report is that he has a trainee doing most of it. When you look at what the trainee did, it was absolutely the bulk of the report. I have people coming in the door working with me, and there's no way I'm gonna turn them loose on an audit. There's just no way. Got a 5-year degree, a master's, I get it. I'm not turning them loose on an audit. So that brought me some concerns when I read that he did the bulk of it. Or she, whoever this, Alonzo, I guess it's a he. I guess.
He was, the appraiser himself was the he. I thought you were referring to the trainee.
I'm referring to the trainee, Alonzo was, I assume it's a he. But anyway, I'm just saying, he's a trainee. I'd really be interested in the assumptions. I'm sorry, I think it would behoove us to come up with a list of things that would make us more comfortable. Whether you come up with it or you come up with it or somebody else comes up with it, I don't care. But there's just a list of things that I think we need to get.
The central question is the valuation. Right.
Transparency. Governance. So transparency is important. Everybody that's supposed to know about this,
So is the assumption that they still don't? Is that you all feel like it's not transparent
most
enough?
People, sorry, Secretary Penny, I don't want to say most people because who knows what will happen with my remarks. There are a lot of people who think that the state of North Carolina is buying the ferry system from the Mitchell family, just like the ferry system that's 10 football fields away from this ferry system. There's a lot of people who think the state is buying the ferry system, and that's not accurate. So that's where the sort of, that's how.
Oh, I correct people on that every day.
Right. So I'm glad to get a second on that. And so the confusion starts there, but it's not just the valuation, it's the transparency and it's the governance. And, sometimes these meetings, I watched Andy Stanley the other day, whose father's Preacher Stanley, Andy's preacher. He said, boy, you just always are thinking of hoping the person doesn't ask this question. So I'm getting ready to ask you this question. You hope I wouldn't ask. Do you have any, forgetting about the legislation, if this were a piece of Play-Doh and you were molding it all back together, do you have any strong objection to governance being with the village of Bald Head and not the authority?
I don't think it's my place to answer that. The legislature's answered that, and the governance can be with the village of Bald Head if they work on their appointments, which the last time Andy and I talked, I said to him, you come up with a list that the authority can send. I can't guarantee you who they're going to appoint, but those are things we can work together on, but I cannot tell the Speaker of the House or the President Pro Tem to appoint, or the governor either.
And one of the things that I apologize, Ms. Raven. One of the things that I am struggling with, I always thought the representation on the authority was council members from the village, council members from Southport, commissioners from Brunswick County. And so therein, all it is residents. And the commissioners and the council members have such a broader reach to the residents than another resident. So I'm again, just figuring that out, that all we got on the authority is a resident versus a council member.
Except Andy himself is on the authority.
Well, I get that. But it's not required.
To.
It's required that the mayor be on there? Okay.
And the mayor pro tem.
Not on the committee.
Right.
Well, but.
You know, I think transparency, I agree, always, that's what we need to focus on. But I'll come back to, I think it's still fundamentally what I read the mayor was talking about in terms of what the cost of this would be and to get the value. And we still haven't had someone come and talk to us about the detail of it. And I'd like to get that in the record, which is what we asked for at the beginning. With regard to organization and structure, the Assembly set this thing up, and the governor signed it. There it is. It has DOT representatives, it's representatives of town, it has representatives from Southport County, and it can be changed. Of course, the legislature can change that. And if you folks locally get together with the legislature and they change it, that's fine. But the way it is now, that's the way it's written. And so therefore, I did notice, I think the authority has tried to do it the way the General Assembly set it up. I think it might have been easier if funding was available.
It
from
would
the
have been a
General
lot
Assembly.
easier.
Now that would, if we had it to do all over again. But I still think while we're all together here, to focus in on this value question, because if we need more information, what is it? Is it exactly what Auditor Wood was talking about in terms of just clarifying, or are we talking about another appraisal? What are we, because I think, the difference between income approach and a cost approach, that's significant. We should talk about it and why it was done one way versus another.
I think the answer to that is, the auditor said, let's go back. The information was available, it's just not used. Let's go back and get that. That will settle it. We can't settle that here today. We can ask why it wasn't, but we're not going to know. But if we go back and get it, and Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask you, would that help you? Would that satisfy some of your concerns?
I'm so sorry. Question is we're gonna have,
Get more of a look-see as to how the evaluation was arrived.
yes, we have to, need to get an explanation of that just for starters.
And I think what's critical, I need to be comfortable that we're all aware, everybody's aware of the shape of the current assets.
Yes, I tried to emphasize that in my talk.
That is huge, because if you're buying a bunch of stuff value that replacement cost minus some depreciation number that I'm not comfortable with. And it's really a lot worse than that. I mean, just a lot of problems, what we got so far.
And that both, and that both approaches to the valuation be used instead of just one. We would like to see them both. Wouldn't that help you, Mr. Mayor? I believe I read letters where you complained that was not used.
But my question originally was that in the letter, it says that the authority requested this approach. And my question has always been, and I've asked it, so I'd like it answered today if possible. It's right, it's in that letter. But why? Why did they?
It was in your packet. The answer's in your packet.
What was that answer?
That the information is not available.
I think
Isn't it?
done some research since then. Mayor Nash, she could be allowed to come forward.
But that doesn't answer why they didn't do the income approach. That answers the compromise.
No, the income approach.
Okay, because, well,
I'm just going to give, my name is Mary Nash Rusher. I'm bond counsel to the authority.
Thank you.
Breathe. So just to answer specific questions. So understand that when this seller approached this authority to sell the assets, the seller came with an enterprise value. So they'd hired their own consultant and come up with an enterprise value. And in reading the statute clearly told the authority, you need to make sure not to pay 1 penny more than the assets, the appraised value of the assets used and useful in the operation of this system. And so much of the research that was done, so for example, if you look at the studies of the vessels, they very much took into account what their status was. In fact, the feasibility study does build in capital expenditures going forward, including the replacement of a ferry in year 2. So that was not ignored. That's not been ignored in the setup. But it is true that in talking to the real estate appraiser, in order to avoid dipping into enterprise value, he was instructed to just focus on cost. And that was the reason for it. That might not be the right answer. That might have produced the right result, but that was the reason for it, to avoid enterprise value. We were looking for real estate value.
Not what came in my letter.
You referred to the legislation. And I was in the General Assembly for 8 years.
Yes, sir.
Who offered or suggested legislation as was passed?
I believe Senator Rabin.
I understand who the bill sponsors are.
Well, there's no question that Limited and Transportation were interested in getting this asset out of the estate of Mr. Mitchell, who died in 2013. And so like many other assets that are on Baldhead that have been transferred to the village over time, this was an asset that they wanted to get out of the estate and into public hands. Why it was a regional transportation authority, I don't know any of the reasons for that, but they were definitely working to create an authority that would operate a regional transportation system that would operate the system.
But so this language that we're all sort of talking about and referencing time and time was the main creator of that was family and limited. What you just said.
Well, so I didn't exactly say that they put every word into that statute. I do know that over time, things were added, including that cap, were things that were added in the legislative process. So the statute wasn't served up whole and just delivered to General Assembly.
No, because if it was, they'd have gotten some money appropriated. That part would not have been left out.
The DOT said, no, we don't need any more ferries. And the General Assembly said, this is not about taxpayer dollars, this is about users. And
whoever those users are, they need to be paying for it, no taxpayer dollars. So sorry, authority, good luck.
If we have a motion, a second on the table,
Well, I was just going to say, and part of it, when the legislature, it's making sausage and all, but when they actually take the time to pass legislation and the governor, and it has to do with things in our sphere, I try to respect that. They're the elected representatives of people. And so I want to produce a product here that reflects the will of the General Assembly and the governor and the work that was done there. Now, you can amend it and change it. It doesn't have to be that way, but I want to make sure what we do is also consistent, not only in this case, but other cases. When the General Assembly actually weighs in, that we listen to what they want.
I agree.
Well, I don't, because I feel like that somebody wanted this done. They got somebody to sponsor a bill, and that was the end. That's what I felt like it was. It's not like there's a lot of nonpartisan bills that are going through the General Assembly that everybody's had a hand in and think this is a good thing to do. I think somebody wanted this done, and they knew who to go ask, and they did, and it got done. So
I'm at the point where I'm in agreement. I'm fine tabling, but I would ask that we give them some definition as to what constitutes a definition for them for valuation, governance, if we want to talk about that, and what was the third?
Transparency.
Transparency. Can we give them something so that there's a timeline so that they know when we're going to hear it? They need that defined, I think.
And part of transparency is certainty. People who I understand there's some people who all they can ever afford is to ride that ferry over there and get a bicycle, come back, and go back somewhere else. That's all they can afford. And excuse my French, but that's a big ass deal to some people. But I mean that's a memory and an experience, and that's all they can afford, and that's what they do. And so it's about not just the governance, the valuation, but part of the transparency is the certainty of that experience is available to the average person.
Let me, and I hear you. I believe everything you say is sincere. I am. I live within a mile. I live within a mile of ferry.
You could be talking about duck or something else. You better be careful. And you're with the Chamber of Commerce.
I am. I
don't think you should say. There's no upside.
No, I have a question. When it goes, if we vote and it goes over to the authority, do they have to set the rate? Because I think you have a sincere and valid concern about workers. Can they differentiate a worker rate? Can they charge a different rate for workers? Because as I understand with the utility commission, they can't. It's kind of an emolument that they're a bid since it's a utility. Is that something we can ask the authority to guarantee? And is that appropriate that they would set a rate for workers to?
I don't know that we can ask it, but they certainly can, can't you? Because
Yes, ma'am, and that is totally built in. The rates that are built into the model are a rate against current rates. So we're not raising the employee rate from 14 to 27. It goes from 14 to 1650 based on the feasibility study and the requirement that we keep rates at a certain level, to keep debt service coverage at a certain level, to have an investment grade rate.
And that's the kind of thing that the people that are riding that ferry, the people that live on Ball Head, need to hear, and they don't believe they've heard it yet. I'm still getting, my questions were not answered in the public meeting. I'm still getting everything that I asked to hear about, the certainty, the people's fears waylaid has not been done. And we've got to figure out a way to get that done.
Yes, ma'am.
And a public hearing versus a virtual hearing. Of course, if you do a public on Ball Head, I'm coming.
We'd love to have you over there.
But again, it just, however, not us, y'all, need to go about making everybody's fears go away. Most people's fears go away. But right now, all these rumors are, and there's nothing, and there's these documents, and one alone was 90 pages, and who else is going through that but me?
Phil,
I went through it as well.
Mayor Patches.
That's their job. That's their job, and our job.
If you go to bald head instead of me saying this, when I'm the calm one in the room, nothing good's happening. Now I'm going to say when I'm the calm one on the island, nothing good's happening. Right.
So the transfer big for me. Governance, like I said, I don't care who runs it.
Can I say something about that? I mean, I'm not promoting property owners. I'm not promoting residents exclusively. What I'm really promoting is people that actually use the system, that know about it. And right now, we do not have that.
Okay. We have a motion, a second on the table.
Mr. Treasurer,
Yes, ma'am.
if in the event that some time passes, in a 30 days or whatever amount is allowed here, and there is no resolution of these, there is no guarantee then that the seller couldn't sell to whomever they choose to, not an either or between, and I don't know if the village is still making an offer themselves to do this. Was that a correct assessment?
Certainly a possibility, Secretary.
But I just got an email from, sorry, I didn't just get the email. There's been the threat of that for a number of months, or they're going to sell off the parking lot, or they're going to do this, or they're going to do that. And then, sorry, I normally can put my finger on things, but there was some comment by the chair, Susan, that no plans or something about
Not selling it, but
limited, not selling it to somebody else.
that you knew that the owner was not planning to sell to anybody else outside of
There's
these.
the email here.
Or else.
Is there? I don't, I don't remember saying that. I know that,
Everybody's remembering it, but we can't put our finger on it.
yeah.
But I think we received something from the staff, or something that a letter had come in from the seller saying that they had only.
Oh, that's what you're referring to, yeah. That was the letter from the staff, from the seller.
Because you're engaged in a system that they didn't want to.
So, Mr. Treasurer, when we vote to table, what is it that we want them to do to get to the transparency? And it sounds like some of us are okay with government, some aren't. But what is it that, for me, at least the transparency, let's define that for them. And what is it for valuation we want them to do? That everybody walks out of here knowing what we're working towards.
Well, I was thinking that each one of us would sort of send our questions or what we're looking for out of all this.
Okay.
And then somebody on staff would pull it together. Let us go back through the list one last time. And this, what's today? Tuesday. From now till Friday, we get this done.
So,
From now till Friday, we get this done because this has been waiting around too long. And then we hand it off to them to go do it.
That was rude. I apologize for saying that.
No, because you're exactly right.
I mean, I just know what this staff has to do between now and Friday.
No, we are the ones, we come up with our list. I'll pull it together if y'all want me to. I can pull it together and then put it back out to make sure.
well, would we need to discuss it in a public, would we need to have just the list that we're asking them to do on the next agenda for June?
Can I ask a question? Because before anybody goes to all this trouble, I would like to know from the mayor that you will agree to this and that you'll stand down while we're doing this, while we're working through this.
What do you mean stand down?
Well, I mean, work with us on it and not continue, the barrage.
The village should have an opportunity as a governmental entity to put a proposal together like anybody else.
Well, I'm not saying they can't. But, I've asked him about that and he told me you wouldn't let him share the numbers. So I don't know what that was. Yeah.
Keep attributing things to me, I don't think are that.
Well, I'm just saying that's what I was told.
Well, but you can't rely on that.
Okay, I can't rely on
I
that.
don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
What numbers are you talking about?
I asked you about the efficiencies and the numbers for how you were working on that when you called me, and that was your answer. But that's okay
The
because.
efficiencies, I'm sorry.
I don't have any numbers. Well, all I have is what you passed out.
Let's, but let's get to the point of, like I said, I'm fine with coming up with the list, but what is the timeline for us so that they know what we're asking them?
Well, I told you the timeline, but Treasurer don't like it.
But I just don't, it's not.
Okay, I'm amicable, whatever y'all want to do. I just know that this appears to have drug out, that council members are saying this is drug out too long. I was just trying to be.
We appreciate that. I think that authority would be eager to have some direction. I have information a little bit about the way the assessment done that would almost certainly result in a different value, but I don't have it from the assessor's mouth. I only have it from the Brunswick County assessment booklet. But assessments are done using a computer model where they plug in certain characteristics and it spits out a value.
That's where I'm saying if Brunswick County and this valuation are that far off, you got problems in Brunswick County.
Right, well,
It's a
whole different method that they all use.
that kind of situation, this is probably more extreme. It's across the state.
Now,
And tax value is something that people, say, oh, you sell it for tax value. Oh, no, I won't.
Right.
And it's the way you described it. It's a systematic thing that's done by a county. And that is not the same thing as real market value when you buy and sell.
To the LGC, it is supposed to come close to market value, and if it isn't,
they do their best.
I don't want to delay this forever. I don't like. Obviously, this is an issue. It's not going away. If adjustments need to be made in the legislation, it needs to be done before they adjourn. I mean, I just think you gotta let the LGC do its work and figure out these list of questions, and then instead of a timeline being determined here, come back with a timeline that.
After we get the list of questions.
Right.
Well, I was just trying to get a timeline on questions.
Right. I mean, the fundamental question in my mind is the difference between the assessment and the appraised value, right? And how do we get that resolved? And I think that's the question that LGC staff has recommended denial on. So how do we get a resolution to that question?
Well, that's what the questions that's going to be on the questions.
Right.
Starting with, there can't be NDAs. I don't know. There's NDAs on this transaction, right?
There certainly were NDAs as we went through the negotiating process.
How can there be an NDA on a public?
We are now at the point where we thought we were going to post an offering document in the near future, which we're not. And 3 years audited financials on the 3 pieces of the system will be part of that document.
So what's so proprietary? What is so secretive that I can't, from my visualization down there, I just can't figure out what's so secretive.
Just a private entity wanting to keep its private
Unless it's going to drive the
financial
price.
information.
But the private entity is wanting the public to buy it.
Fine, we will go speak with them. I would like to just put an objection in the record to the suggestion that those numbers were never used. Those numbers were used and poked at and torn apart in coming up with the pro formas. Yes, the audited financial numbers historically.
But they're not in the assessment. The valuation.
They're not in the valuation of the real
That's right.
estate.
That's right.
Correct, yes, ma'am. Right, so we are prepared to go back if we have clear instructions to try to come up with a value that is done with methodology that the LGC is comfortable with. There's been 15% inflation on real estate values in Brunswick County. I'm worried that if it comes in higher, the assessed value was done in 2019. I don't know what happens then. I don't know what the seller does with that. I don't know what Bald Head does with that. And Bald Head will now say there's other reasons that the price has to go down. I don't know that's part of our
If
concern.
that's what it is, then that's what it is. I'm not convinced it's at 47.
Okay, that's very helpful.
So I'm not convinced it's there. But if it goes higher, it goes higher. But I'm not convinced it's even at 47 based on what I've looked at.
42, but right.
Now, well, 47 is the total, total.
Right. So we'll certainly take that back and figure out either a new appraiser or go back to this appraiser to redo it, although now you're going to have current values.
If
We
we,
will try to resolve this however we can. We are nervous that it will still not make Bald Head happy, and we will continue to have the village doing anything it possibly can to keep it going.
But you know what?
What we want to do is valuation, sure. But what I said, and what you alluded to was there are capital expenditures that have been deferred. And it's showing up in the system. And that is part of valuation, for sure.
Should be.
And so, and they're extensive. But it's something that we can certainly talk to the authority about, talk to the seller about, because we have a list. We know what we need. And so.
Well, we know what some people think we need. So that's part of the issue we have to work out.
I was going to ask, can I add something to your motion? And what I'm going to propose, if it's agreeable, is that it's what is it, June or May? Yeah, at the June meeting of the LGC, by that time, we would come up with a list and then we would talk about it at that meeting and make sure that, that we would have criteria at that meeting that we're comfortable moving forward with, and that it would be on the agenda for the June meeting, that we table it today. But at the June meeting, we come up with criteria and that we have a clear set so that we know, they know what we're asking them to move forward. Would that be an agreeable amendment?
Yes.
And along with that, if you have input to this, as we put this together, both sides, it would be good to have it, because like you say, you want to get this thing in all area. Similar to that last item that we all ultimately agreed to 4 or 5 different items.
Correct.
And then you said, okay, now we have a.
Correct. What are those items? Because for them to move forward, they need to know what we're expecting.
So again, I think.
Could I add one thing? Because it appears to me that no matter all the brilliant ideas the LGC comes up with, we've got at least 2 parties, maybe 3, that aren't all on the same page. So can they have the opportunity, I won't say we'll use them, to submit their ideas about what we should be looking for, so that we hear from both the city of Bald Head, the authority, and the owners, to add to the questions. We may not want to use them, but at least we get them.
agree. Sounds like a good idea. But I don't think these are that complicated. I really think the auditor could list right now. I mean, I think we danced, or not danced, we've already expressed our issues, but in the interest of moving this along, I think what Mr. Bass has proposed will work. And I would also say, is like Mr. Penny said, Mayor, y'all need to step in, send them to us, make sure they're included. What's it going to take? Here's what we want to know. And then, and I understand what the bond council's saying, that, well, maybe there'll still be a lot of opposition. I assure you, this board has pretty tough skin. So if our answers, I mean, if your answers fulfill what we're looking for, then we'll do the right thing. We're not concerned.
I don't care how many people stand up and speak up about it. If it's the right thing to do, we'll do the right thing.
Absolutely.
Right.
That's the right thing at the right time.
That's right. should that information?
Right now, we can't answer questions 2 and 3 that we're required to, of the 5 questions. We can't answer questions 2 and 3 of them. Once we get those answers, the fact that it's unpopular is not relevant.
Right.
Please note that the authority really is just trying to follow the law. We're not trying to, I mean, we really are. And we want to work to get this result.
Sort of get that. It's just the whole not letting everybody know about it that I'm really having a hard time doing.
Well, and some of that we were constrained.
We have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? Yes.
Yeah, the attorney wants to get the motion straightened out. I mean, we don't have to vote on, if you all are okay with it, we can bypass some of these Robert's Rules of Order, having to vote on the additions to your motion. Auditor, but I don't know if we're incorporating both what Mr. Bass said and what Secretary Penny said. So we're tabling this. Mr. Bass suggested that you are coming up with the questions by June, not between now and June. I mean, not getting them out right away, but you're going to come up with questions between now and June, and that's what's presented.
We don't need that in the motion. We'll take his advice as a
Is that what you said?
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. As long as by the June meeting.
My
we get the
motion
list of
is
questions.
to table this until we can work out the items that we all have questions on, whether it's reconciling or confirmation or verification. But my motion is to table this until we can get all the questions that all the members of the council have answered.
That's the motion and seconded. Any further discussion? Clerk?
I'm sorry.
In terms of the clarification, I fully support what Mr. Bass said about having a date certain. I'm not sure I want to support something that has no end to it. It's just out there. I think we really need to have some.
Things don't have any end to them because we have board members making motions to put things on the agenda. So I don't think that's a concern.
I'm fine if you want to put that.
But I do think there's importance in having all the questions in on a day certain. Or by a day certain that we do it. Mr. Bass is.
Yep, all the questions in by the next meeting.
Whether they come from members or the parties.
Right.
All of them. Treasurer, sorry.
No matter what.
Ready for discussion at the next meeting.
So it would be an agenda item. Okay.
I'm sorry.
All right. So
Please.
The treasurer, I'm sorry, but you said you were going to allow the people who signed up to speak. There were 3, now there are 2.
given the motion, how do we communicate with them whether they'd still like to speak, given the motion that's on the floor?
We can ask them, Mr. Treasurer, we can unmute them.
Well, we can still vote and then they can speak.
Yep.
I just want to make sure.
All those in, clerk, call the roll.
I just want to confirm, you seconded that?
You're going to graduate with a master's degree by the time this is over. You'll be completely schooled in local government.
Okay.
Go ahead. The motion was made by Mayor Paget and seconded by.
I thought it was Alderman Wood.
Alder Wood made the motion. You seconded. You seconded.
Yep.
I thought he was being funny. He was serious.
My humor. Go ahead.
All right. Secretary Marshall,
Aye.
Secretary Penny,
Aye.
Ms. Bass,
Aye.
Mr. Munn, Mayor Paget,
Aye.
Mr. Philbeck.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes. Oh, no, not. I used to be to another place. That lot.
Can we see if the?
We have Mr. Paul Carey and Mr. Robert Blau, who requested to make public comments.
Are they still wanting to do that?
We'll ask them right now. Mr. Carey and Mr. Blau, you are both unmuted if you'd like to indicate if you'd like to make comments.
Explain to them the motion that was just passed. I guess they did.
There. We're tabling this until all the members of questions are presented to be discussed at June meeting.
Mr. Blau, I see you're unmuted. We wish to make a public comment.
That sounds perfectly reasonable.
Is that your comment, Mr. Blau?
That's it.
Mr. Carey?
No, I don't. There's no reason to comment. I appreciate the discussion today, but I would like to make clear that the letters we have sent over the last few months have really been a grassroots movement. We don't have any organization. There's just people who live and work on Bald Head expressing their opinions independently. And I'm very pleased that you've taken the time to listen.
Thank you. Thank you, commission members. We have one more item, and Chairman Raven.
Thank you.
I'm pronouncing that right now.
You are,
It's pronounced just like the other.
just like the other one. But I am not married to him. I am not his ex-wife. And I'm not, I've been accused of lots of things over the years. I'm married a cousin.
I just have one question.
Yeah,
Can you put an IV in a cat?
no.
Okay. Then you're not related to him.
Well, like I said, I married a cousin. That's as close as it gets.
We're coming up. We're going to take a recess for 5 minutes and come back and deal with our last agenda. All right. We are out of recess, and the last matter before us is the application for Atrium, and staff will present.
We actually have two different items for Atrium, Charlotte Mecklenburg Hospital Authority. The first is the current refunding of Series 2011A bonds for a little over $125 million. There are to have, this is excuse me, from a forward interest rate swap that the authority entered into in January 2019 after the commission approved that. It went into effect in January of 2021 and will hedge the 2021E variable rate refunding bonds. There's no extension of maturities on the refunding portion. The term is 30 years, and there are interest savings, and I will admit I'm having a hard time finding that on the report now.
Okay.
Originally, I think it was like 23. 34. 34, yeah.
34 million.
Yeah.
Is the savings? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
At the agenda, it says 35.8 or 20. Yes.
So staff is recommending approval of this because of the refunding status, and it is, of course, the savings.
So on the first item, we're recommending approval.
Which is a refunding.
It's a reversing of a swap.
All right.
I'm going to take a little discretion to start out with questions. And if y'all want to just scoot your chairs a little bit, if you're comfortable, taking your mask off so that folks can hear us. But I'm not directing you to take your mask off. It's just, I'm sure working for Atrium, you all been vaccinated. So, but I can't ask that. So I just want to be, I want people upstairs, people, other commission members will be able to hear. All right. So you came before us to do this, enter into this transaction 2019, if I remember correctly, because you thought interest rates were going up and you had a call date on a bond that was callable, so you wanted to lock it down. Is that so far correct or incorrect?
Yeah, it's a forward starting swap to hedge interest rate risk.
If you get much more into what you just said, you're going to lose me.
Okay, but yeah, it's to hedge interest rate risk.
The refunding was in the money. If it could have been done right then with fixed rate bonds, just fixed rate bonds, there would have been big savings. There was projected savings. So how do you try to capture that in January of 19? Lock in savings then in case markets keep moving. That was why.
But when you put the transaction on, because there's a little bit of there's a question about what we promised you, what got approved. There was an implied right, so to speak, to come back in front of the commission to reverse this trade. This is just it's a trade. It's a bond trade. It's an arbitrage. It's whatever you want to call it, correct? It's a financial transaction. It has nothing to do with sick people.
Correct.
Just a financial transaction. Okay. So you were betting interest rates were going to go up.
Not exactly.
But that's what you said in 19.
Right. Put on the hedge if the risk that rates rise and the savings go down. So to try to lock in the savings, you do the transaction. So yes, but you're trying to lock in the savings at the time. What's the goal?
To protect you if interest rates went up.
Correct.
Which means you thought interest rates were going to go up. If you're trying to protect yourself from something, it means you think that thing's going to happen.
Sure.
This is too elemental for the board. Just speed me up.
I'm good.
Okay, thank you. But interest rates went down. So the cost of what you asked us to do went up or went down?
It hasn't actually changed because the refunding plan was always variable rate bonds. And the floating leg of the swap is supposed to match the variable rate on the bonds. They're supposed to offset each other. So the point is, it didn't really change. And we're not closing out the contract. The contract kicked in January 4 months ago, and will go out into a term that equals the current maturity of the 2011 A bonds, which is the maturity of these new bonds that match maturities, no change. So the cost has not changed.
The 2011 A bonds mature when?
2041.
Okay.
They were.
So all this is about
January 15 of 2042.
So we're always about maybe a question being asked that you don't want to answer. If you had to do it all over again with a crystal ball looking that way, would you have even done any of this?
I'll defer to, business folks.
Mr. Treasurer, we had an opportunity to lock in $36 million in savings at that point in time, and that was the decision that we made. So it was securing those savings through this mechanism, and it's something we've done historically. We've done in the past, and we brought it forward for approval.
Right. But did you lock in 30? You did lock in 36 million. It's going to be about how much now?
It's $36 million in savings. I think the agenda says 35.8. Yes.
So this constant, I'm sorry, it's just how I feel. So this constant barrage that, being arbitrary and capricious and not being on the agenda, and it's costing you $6,742 a day. Then how can what you're saving not have, you thought interest rates were going to go up and they went down. So you were losing money every day. And so now you're saying the savings are what you sort of projected in 2019. How does, to a layperson like me, how does that compute?
Well, we were losing money every day because, as you referenced, the $6,000 a day we were paying on the swap, we hadn't had the benefit to refund the fixed rate bonds and pay lower interest on that. So we were still paying a high fixed rate instead of a lower variable rate. So there's been real cost associated with that by not having the
because interest rates went down.
Because the swap went into effect, and there's now a monthly swap payment due on the 15th day of every month. So it was payment in February.
Because interest rates went down.
I know, because the contract went into effect.
Would you rather interest rates gone up? Sorry. Would you rather interest rates had gone up? I apologize, but
sorry.
No, I think it'll turn off. I think Mr. Treasurer, I think the point of the hedge was to try to lock in a certain level of savings. So whether rates go up or down, you sort of have to live with that.
But why couldn't you do it just in a conventional way?
Because the Tax Cut and Jobs Act of 2017, Congress eliminated the ability to do tax exempt advance refunding bonds. So under the tax code, the word refunding just means refinancing. It's just the same meaning, just a different word in the tax code. And a current refunding is when you're able to issue your bonds and apply those proceeds within 90 days to retire the bonds you're trying to refinance.
So this is where you'll need your toothbrush. So why would Congress have done that?
Congress did it because.
So for this question, you're going to get.
Okay. You're going to allow me to speak for Congress. When you do a tax exempt advance refunding, meaning you're going to issue some bonds to refinance other bonds, you will not be able to apply those proceeds if it's going to be more than 90 days. And many times we were able to do tax exempt advance refunding years in advance. If Congress had not changed the law, I don't know for certain. It would have been entirely possible in January 2019, though, that Adrian would have said, we want to do tax exempt fixed rate refunding bonds where we're absolutely certain of the savings. We know exactly what the savings would have been done. And there'd have been an escrow. We'd have issued those bonds. We'd put money to an escrow until these bonds could be retired in January of 2020.
Sinking fund and all that stuff.
Yeah. So Congress took that away, arguably because when you allow tax exempt advance refundings, you've got two series of bonds outstanding for the same asset. And arguably the Treasury, the U.S. Treasury is hurt by that because they've got two bonds financing the same asset and taxpayers are getting tax exemption on two series of bonds instead of one series of bonds. So that was the rationale that there were savings for the federal government by eliminating advance refundings. So that was the rationale. And that was about 20% of the municipal market. So bond sales fell off in 2018 because of that, because that had been a substantial portion of the municipal market.
And for the record, that was Alan Robertson speaking.
Sorry. So, and it only left issuers and borrowers around this country with sort of three options. If you can't do a tax exempt refund, you can see there's savings out there in the future, a bond that can't be called for 1 year, 2 years, 4 years maybe.
But this bond's not callable to win.
It's called 4 months ago. The 2011 A bonds, we could have called them. The plan was to refund them in January of this year because that was their first call date.
And you could just call them, traditionally called them, taking the money out of them and called them.
I'm sorry.
You could have just, without a swap or anything, you could have just taken the money and called the bonds like this happened for 100 years.
What money would we have taken if we didn't issue refunding bonds to give us
money from your endowment, from your reserves?
Well, yes, technically you could take, that wouldn't be a refunding, that would be, I guess, a defeasance, which paying off debt. It's refinancing debt. Issuers and borrowers were left with three ways to attack this problem. One was a forward starting swap, which had been a strategy. One was a so-called forward delivery bond issue where you say, I want to sell bonds today, but I'm not going to give them to you for 2 years. And you pay a price, pay a premium in the marketplace to do that. There's so-called Cinderella bonds where you try to do taxable bonds that morph into taxable bonds. That's the Cinderella. Anyway. But as bond lawyers, we got our conferences. It's like, okay, our clients can't do tax exempt refundings anymore. What do we have left? What tools are there? Or you can just wait. You can just say, I'm just waiting. I see their savings. Markets are favorable today, but I'm going to take a wait and see. And if rates move away from it, I guess I'll lose the savings over time. But that's what issuers and borrowers were left with. So when
or paying it off, or just paying it off.
Well, you can, yes, sure, you can always just pay off debt. Sure.
It's normally what people do with debt is pay it off.
Well, not necessarily before. If you're not going to refinance it, some people pay it as it comes due, which would have been over 30 years to the year 2022.
I've taken up enough time, so. Does anybody else, any commission members on the phone have any questions about this? Your application was a joint application, for lack of a better word. Do you object to us splitting the vote on this between the two? Between the new money and the old, whatever, if you want, do you object to that at all? No. Okay.
I make a motion, we approve. And this is on the second piece of the 2019. I just want to be clear.
126.
First, okay, the ones we've been discussing. Okay.
Second.
Motion is second. Did I vote against this the first time?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. I didn't want them to be disappointed. Motion second, any further discussion? All right, hearing none, clerk will call the roll.
Secretary Marshall,
Aye.
Secretary Penny,
Aye.
Mr. Bass,
Aye.
Mayor Paget,
Aye.
Mr. Philbeck,
Aye.
Treasurer Falwell.
I'll be consistent, vote no.
Aye is enough.
Before we go into the next topic, congratulations. So, do you envision, what do you envision in the future regarding the type of transaction that we approved in 19, had this churn about, most of it with me, that we've now unwound? What do you envision more of that in your capital structure?
We would look.
Identify yourself, I'm sorry.
I'm Brad Clark. I'm the Senior Vice President and Treasurer. I mean, we would evaluate the opportunity as a call date approaches to refund if there are savings available. So that would be a natural analysis we would do. And if those savings are material, we would seek to do the transaction like this to achieve those savings. That is one mechanism we have to continue to manage the cost structure of the medical center effectively.
Tell me your name, I'm sorry.
Brett Denton, I'm the Chief Legal Officer for Adrian.
Thank you.
Mark Keener, Vice President, Treasury Services for Adrian.
So we've been dealing with a lot of issues today. If you pay attention to our meeting, you've seen that we adopted a lot of cities. We're actually running them. I say this as a compliment and out of respect for how hard our people at the LGC have to work. I will say that I don't think the LGC is really set up to investigate, analyze esoteric, synthetic, complicated financial instruments. Now, I know you do it in your sleep and on the back of your hand, and it comes like this to y'all probably. But I'm just not sure that the LGC is really set up. As you've probably heard just a few moments ago, we're not set up. We're not set up to analyze what the value of a rural hospital is either. I mean, I say that in a protective way because I know how much work is coming at our staff. So if you say these things are going to be coming at us in the future, you'd like to reserve your right to bring these synthetic, sophisticated, hybrid financial instruments to us. How do we coexist?
Mr. Treasurer, I guess of course, again, we're back to the General Assembly a little bit. As interest rate swap transactions became an important part of the municipal market in the late 90s, one of the questions was making sure both there was clear statutory authority for those transactions and review. And because the Local Government Commission has been the body to review financing transactions in the state for 80 years now, the General Assembly put in Chapter 159 what I'll call the governmental swap statute, where it gave the LGC the responsibility for reviewing interest rate swap transactions for cities, counties, hospital authorities, governmental units, not Medicare Commission, not NCCFFA or anything like that, just governmental units. And I hear you that they can be complicated. Interest rate, this floating fixed interest rate swap, I would say, for what it's worth, is probably the simplest of those so-called derivative transactions.
So some people would be offended by that, but you actually just made my point. If this is one of the simplest, imagine.
But that's all the statute really for our governmental units. That's really about all they can do because they're trying to, the statute presumes if you're going to do any of these transactions, it has to hedge specific debt. And so you're not going to do a currency swap. You're not going to do an oil and gas swap. You're not doing some other kind of derivative. It's going to be an interest rate swap transaction. That's the only thing that makes any sense under the statute. And so, again, I just want to clarify two things. In coming to the commission, the point we're making in 2019 and asking for approval of a forward-starting swap for refunding bonds, the point was that was the plan. Now the commission, as we're doing and you've just done today, still has to approve the bonds. You weren't literally bound if you approved the swap to approve the bonds, but it just wouldn't make sense to approve the swap and have it be entered into and then turn around and say, we'll leave it naked. There won't be any bonds, because now you've really almost violated the swap statute, because government units aren't supposed to have swaps hanging out there that don't relate to bonds. I agree. So,
When was that law written? Do you know?
about 2003.
And the purpose?
There was a question about sort of clear statutory authority for governmental units in the state to do swap transactions. And so,
To save money?
well, correct. That was the point of swap transactions.
And I can see that in a local government because it's citizens benefit. But here, the way the hospital industry, the healthcare industry is going, I don't know that any of us, I don't even know why y'all are here. I just don't even know why you're here. I'm not being rude, but I am. In that the reasons that the savings are there to help the citizens, I don't know that in your case or any hospital that these savings and these complex transactions are providing anything for anybody other than profit.
Well, I guess that would be true even right for just a fixed rate refunding where there's savings. I guess you'd have the same.
What I just heard the auditor say is that how does, and you can just say, we're not here to answer that question, and that'd be your response, but how does anything dealing with the word savings on anything, whether it's sutures or latex gloves or interest rate swaps, how does that manifest itself in higher access and lower cost for healthcare?
Mr. Treasurer, we're happy to answer all these questions. I think from our perspective, it's important to know that even the healthiest not-for-profit healthcare systems in this country operate at 2% and 4% operating margins, so quite low operating margins. We can talk about the balance sheet, and that's the impact on having the balance sheet that we have as part of this. But when you consider inflationary pressures around drug inflation, which is double digits, around labor inflation, which is significant in all industries, the savings that we can get from doing something like this is very important to being able to maintain an operating margin that we reinvest into our communities. So it is that margin that gets reinvested.
So what were your revenues?
Our revenues for.
Are you on fiscal year or calendar year?
We're calendar year.
And what were your revenues last year? Got this combined group. Just under, or I should, for our obligated group, total net revenues were about 6.4 billion. What was your profit? The profit was a loss of $119 million, operating loss of $119 million. That's what we read about in the paper, and you lost $119 million? That was your profit?
That's the operating loss.
What was the profit of Baker?
The bottom line, so to speak. The bottom line, about 536 million.
So
that includes
536 on 6 billion doesn't sound like 2-4%.
So that would include investment earnings, which obviously fluctuates. So when you think about operating performance and the way we think about this and the way we manage our business is we look at operating cash flow, how much we generate from operations. We obviously have cash and investments, liquidity as an organization, and debt levels, right? And we're looking to balance those, and we're balancing those in accord with being a AA rated healthcare system. So if you were to look at a AA rated healthcare system across those three pillars, you're going to see numbers that look very similar to what Atrium Health produces year in, year out. And that's the way we think about it. That's how we construct our long range financial plan. That's how we think about how much we should have on the balance sheet. That's how we think about how much we should be issuing in new money or doing refundings as an organization to try to be as financially prudent as we can be. And we have a history of maintaining that AA rating as an organization. It's very important to our board. We think it's very important to the communities we serve because we can do things like we've done in the midst of this pandemic, which is invest in testing events or vaccine events and testing sites, et cetera, with that. And we can preserve. We didn't have any furloughs and layoffs during this because of that strength, even though you see, the operation struggled during the year. We had over $400 million impact associated with the pandemic in response to it.
Right. So I think for all this is intellectually very interesting to me, but I think for purposes of being the chair of the commission and out of respect to the staff and the other commissioners, we probably I got more questions, but I think I need to get back in the guardrails. It's my fault, not yours. And let's go to part B and hear a staff recommendation. Then we'll open it back up.
Right, so the second item is the $600 million of new money for the authority. And this includes money for an acute emergency tower replacement, the Pineville Tower renovation, IT equipment, medical equipment, some other infrastructure needs, and just various renovations and additions on Atrium's various North Carolina campuses. It's in an amount not to exceed $600 million. Final maturities are not to go beyond January 15th, 2021. On this issue, staff is not recommending approval because we don't believe the debt is necessary given the financial position of the hospital authority.
Yes, sir.
The last discussion we had about Randolph, it was a struggling hospital, and we're trying to help it out, and the state is too. And in Atrium's case, not the case at all. And it's like that in North Carolina, that we have the Charlottes, the Raleigh, the Wake County, the Mecklenburg, and they're doing pretty sophisticated stuff too. Then we have the small jurisdictions that we deal with all the time. And I'm glad that we have strong healthcare systems in the state of North Carolina. It's good for us. I wish that the access was, maybe more equitable. I wish costs could come down across the way. But I do think that, with our role here, and I agree with what the treasurer said, we were set up primarily for local governments and to really work to make sure that they don't get themselves in trouble. This whole business of healthcare and where this is going, and it is a little beyond our scope. I do think in this case, though, they can pay their bonds back. That's not a question. I think that they're a strong entity. So, we're, I would be inclined to approve it. But I understand what you're saying is that you're the opposite situation of what we have, whether we're talking about small little towns that can't pay their, can't run a utility, or whether it's a small hospital trying to survive. And, but what is the role of the LGC? The LGC is really, I think, is that we try to help to make sure that when any government or any organization, and we have, that we're considering that they can pay their bonds back and that they are responsible in how they handle their dollars. So in this case, wealthy folks, good. Same thing in Wake County. They're doing real well too. Glad they're doing it. Let's hope that can spread it across the state of North Carolina. I think it's a good thing, and I hope we approve the bonds.
Can I ask you a question? So, but why is it, if, when you, how much money does Atrium have in the bank?
Approximately 7 billion.
That's twice the amount of debt that the state of North Carolina has outstanding. In context, that maybe that doesn't matter to you. And so why is it necessary? Because the staff's recommendation was that not to approve the debt because it's not necessary. Why is it necessary for somebody who has $7 billion in the bank? I was going to say 6. I'm glad you said 7. To borrow $600 million.
You could take that logic on a smaller scale and apply it to Charlotte or Raleigh or Mecklenburg or Wick, because they got plenty of money, but they are looking at investing over a longer period of time. And sometimes you don't use your dollars or your cash in hand to pay for an asset that really should be paid for 20 or 30 years over time. Now, if there is a question, is does Atrium have too much money? I mean, maybe, I don't know. Does Charlotte have too much money? Certainly, if you're a smaller entity or you're somewhere else in the state, you see that. But I don't know if it's the commission's role to regulate that.
I would agree. I understand the staff's reading of the statute saying it has to, the proposed revenue bond is necessary, but that fails to do what my law professor taught me to do and read on. Because when you read on, it says the proposed revenue bond is necessary or expedient. Expedient doesn't mean they need this to operate. It means that it is convenient and helps them with their financial operation. Now, we have people who obviously can pay back these bonds. They obviously are financially responsible, and because they have a business model which allows them to leverage their assets and basically make money off of the money they have decided that it is more expedient. Now, we may not like it, but that's what the statute says, and we are bound by the statute. So I understand the desire to regulate the healthcare industry and to make it certainly be more responsive to the people of North Carolina and be more accessible to the people of North Carolina. If there's a bill or a way we can do that, I'm going to be right behind you on doing that. But this is not the body to do that in.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I agree with Secretary Penny. Whether I agree with the business model of large hospitals in North Carolina or all over the world or all over the United States to me is simply irrelevant to this discussion. I remember, the LGC strongly regulates cities, and when we in Concord, when we got high enough amount of reserve, then we decided we needed to spend some of that reserve. It would seem counterintuitive, but we were told also that the bond agencies frowned on us having too much in reserve. So I agree with Secretary Penny about the relevance right now.
This is Mike Philbeck. Let me ask this question. Does the statute say necessary or expedient or necessary and expedient?
or expedient.
Okay. So I guess then the question would be, why is it expedient if you have $7 billion in cash on hand, that, to use old local government language, that is unappropriated? Why is it, if the hospital folks could answer, expedient to borrow $600 million?
Yeah, thank you for that question. You know, our perspective on that, and I'll get back to the rating agency metrics again. We're not inclined to have more cash than we need to maintain our AA ratings, which I think we can all agree would be something we would want to do. We want to remain financially strong as an organization. So we're looking at those and calibrating cash levels to those types of metrics as an organization. The other part of this is a cost of debt, the cost of capital issue. So if you think about managing costs over the long term, you want to optimize as an organization within that framework your cost of capital, because that's ultimately going to be what keeps costs low going forward. So it is a cost issue as well, and that's why we would say it's expedient, both because managing that and calibrating those three pillars I talked about earlier is the underpinning of our credit strength, but then also it reduces our overall cost of capital as an organization. And allows us to deploy that capital into assets in our community, provide the community benefit that we provide as an organization as well.
But you're not really a healthcare company. You're a financial management company. If you look at your track record for where your profits come from, your majority of your profits for nearly a decade have come from being a money manager, not by being a healthcare service provider. And your balances have gone up. And I'm sorry, I think you're probably conflicted on this issue, and probably should say that publicly, please. But I think that your balances have gone up $2 billion since we were here last, or some crazy number like that. And I'm just going to say what's on my heart. You need to probably tell that story to somebody else, because I'm going to tell you, your organization and others, and this is part of the quilt speech that you may not have heard, and I'm no longer going to apologize for all of it. And one of the patches in my quilt is that I have responsibility for 740,000 people who teach, protect, and otherwise serve. And whether you like it or not, whether you like hearing it or not, or Gene Woods likes hearing it or not, you are a huge part of the cartelization of healthcare in North Carolina. Whether that's within the responsibilities of this commission, then I don't think anybody's going to call me down. I'm the chair. But that's exactly what's happening. And the cartelization of healthcare in North Carolina is on a pace that no other state is seeing in the United States right now. And you're the biggest player in that part. And cartelization, whether the other people on this commission care about this or not, by all objective measures, results in lower quality, lower access, and higher cost. And this is manifesting itself in your balance sheet, which now has $7 billion on the balance sheet. You're not Epic Games. You don't make pipe. You don't book cruises. You don't run an airline. I mean, I'm not trying to make you feel bad. You should feel bad about you have $7 billion in the bank, all on the backs of sick people. That's a fact. And this is not about the healthcare worker. They're just as pissed off as you as probably I am. It's not about the people in your building that actually do the work. And this is real. And I wear lots of different hats around here. But I can tell you that my loyalty and duty of one of those hats is to make sure that we have high quality, independent, affordable, accessible healthcare. And that's how I feel about it. And I just think y'all need to have some restraint. When you come in to borrow $600 million and you have $7 billion in the bank. You ran this commission through a whole series of negotiations several years ago when you wanted us to approve the purchase of a Georgia hospital. Now, I got a lot of things on my plate, but I think that you may have paid $400 million for that asset, possibly. Correct me if I'm wrong. You got $260 million of some kind of reserve when you bought it. And my numbers may be off. And within 12 months of buying that facility, it's producing $100 million worth of EBITDA. My numbers may be off, but we were talking about crazy numbers, and you're not regulated. And I'm just, maybe it happens when you get my age. You start looking back about where a person's been. There are a lot of your customers that are one medical bill away from being blown up economically. One medical bill, one facility fee, one going into the doctor like I did, and either I asked him or he asked me, are you still putting aloe right here? Literally. They got charged another $400 for that. Notices that are in your buildings that say, if you ask any question outside the scope of what you were here, your official appointment for, you could be charged for a separate visit. Those signs are in your buildings, right? Yes? Those signs are in your doctor's offices.
No, we don't have to verify that, sir.
What?
I'd have to verify that, sir. Brett, you may be able to.
Got there in our primary care office because of the billing rules. Yes,
How in the hell is a person who's working one or two jobs, protecting us from criminals in a corrections facility, losing their life like two deputies did in Watauga County this week, or a teacher who's working 6 hours after they get out of school grading papers? How in the hell are they supposed to be educated about what the scope of your appointment was? How? It's just phenomenal to me that what you say about that. I mean, how you seem to feel about all this. Because this is really happening. So, we have had a staff recommendation that this $600 million is not necessary. And I'd like to make a motion to support staff.
Second.
The motion is second. Further discussion?
I mean, Mr. Treasurer,
No further discussion by the commissioner.
Mr. Treasurer, I'm going to ask a question. I agree with you personally. I think what you said, I do agree personally. Get me to where you think that I, as a local government commission member, in my mind, that's a legislative issue. People cast votes for the people down at the legislature. They cast votes for you, Auditor Wood, Secretary Marshall. Nobody voted for me. I'm an appointee. Get me to where, in my view, I have a limited scope as to whether they can afford to pay this back. On that, if I'm looking at necessary or expedient, do you see where I am? Get me to where I'm not operating outside of the lines I think I'm in.
Necessary or expedient.
You can argue it's not necessary because they have the cash. But why isn't this an issue for the legislature to take up? Why is it an issue for us?
Because that's where the
You don't want me to answer that.
authority lays right now.
I just feel that the people cast votes for the people in the General Assembly building. I think this is a valid issue. I think it's a valid political issue. I'm just not sure it's our issue.
Well, it's not political. I mean, I love you. I love seeing you. I love going out your county. people don't give a damn what a person's politics is when they're one medical bill away from being blown up. 72% of those polled recently said that they're one medical bill from being blown up generationally, economically. I mean, people are, you want to know why we have a gap of healthcare in North Carolina? People are scared to get sick because they're scared to go to get help, especially men. And then because they don't want to be blown up economically for a generation. It's pretty obvious.
But like I said, why is the legislature not the one to take up that issue? Why us?
You know the answer to that.
And I understand that, but I don't feel like I have the authority in this seat to hear. I don't.
I was just voting down the law. Necessary or expedient. That's where I am.
Tell me why this isn't expedient.
Because it got $7 billion in the bank.
Why that's necessary. That doesn't deal with expedient.
Well, this is Mike Philbeck. The answer that I was given to that question by the atrium gentleman did not convince me it's expedient.
When I read the word expedient, convenient, it's expedient. That's a low bar.
The group, when Alan, maybe you will disagree or agree with what I'm about to say. To some extent, because of the way the authority was established, you're the banker. Correct.
Oversight.
Right. But we're your banker. So, I learned this at UNCG and Winston-Salem State. Ike von Mises said, anytime you want to subsidize a certain behavior, anytime you subsidize a certain behavior, you should expect to get more of it. So the things that I'm complaining about are the things that when you keep peeling this thing back, it all comes back to who the banker was. And the banker is the LGC. That's how I get there.
Mr. Treasurer, I don't know if we're allowed to respond or not.
You were always allowed to respond.
So I think this has come up before that what the LGC staff is always required of units to do is their governing body has to adopt findings that match the statutory criteria. So the unit's governing body has to make these findings, including necessary and expedient as one of the findings, which the Board of Commissioners of this hospital authority has done. And historically, then the LGC has given deference to the unit. If the unit's governing body has made that determination, and if it's financially feasible, if the unit can afford the debt, if the unit can pay back the debt, going back to the original statutory mission of this body, which was that bond default starting in 1931, and then prevent them in the future, which is done, magnificently since they cleaned them up by the early 1940s. This commission's helped prevent bond defaults all around the state. But when we talk about this, the threshold finding has been by the unit's governing body, and this commission has given deference to that if they're finding the financial feasibility. If this body finds the financial feasibility. This hospital authority has maintained AA ratings for decades. And to do that, the capital spend in the Charlotte region is going to be about $3 billion in the next 5 years. The hospital authority is not here asking to borrow $3 billion. It's asking to borrow a part of that capital spend. The balance of that's going to have to be paid with operating cash flow or other monies that it has on hand. So, and I think what Mr. Clark was trying to say was, there's never an either or. You don't get the choice of I'll just spend all my cash on all my capex and start spending down my cash, or I'll borrow 100% every dollar capex I need. It's just not that simple. To maintain the ratings, you have to be able to keep that balance and keep looking at that over time. And that's been a point of real emphasis in the state, that our state needs to stay AAA, which is part of your mission and your debt affordability studies. And that we want cities and counties to be strong, and our Big 10 cities and counties, almost all of them are AAA. We've got lots of AA's. And we've done it in healthcare, we've done it in education with Duke and Davidson Wake, AA credit. So it's been a real emphasis of the state to be safe and sound and prudent and well managed. And but that means a balance. It's just not an either.
So let me tell you why I hesitated when you said, "Can I speak?" My hesitation was because of my respect for you. It wasn't because I didn't want that I was going to say no. Is that you got a job to do?
I do,
and I respect that. But was your at what $1 billion level is your AAA rating? Is your AA plus rating violated? I mean, what would you spend your cash down if this was, if we took staff's recommendation and this upfit that you're referring to, the $600 million, you took it from reserves and spent the money. Tell me what $1 billion level would the rating agencies start looking at you and say, what are you doing? So since you've pegged it all about the AA bond rating.
Yeah, that's a very fair question. And I think if the answer is, as a health system, we're not able to access the capital markets, that would come very quickly, because we would be probably the only healthy health system in this country that couldn't access capital markets to manage our credit profile. And that would be, that implication would play out pretty quickly for us, quite frankly. And it wouldn't take long if we were rolling through the capital plan, not able to finance some of that with capital, with debt, that we would see it chipping away at that credit rating.
Editorializing for a moment, but I mean, your business model is based on secrecy. There's no denying that. There's nobody that knows, including you, when you go to Atrium to get services, you don't know what you're paying or what you're getting. The whole business model is built on secrecy. So I guess what I'm trying to get at is that, and you talk about $3 billion spend in the Charlotte area. Okay. Obviously, part of that is to build a new med school, correct?
No, not that number.
Okay. But who do you expect to pay whatever you build, and however nice it happens to be? You expect your customers to pay for that, right?
So, Treasurer, I think it's important to state in this case that all of our prices are published, including our negotiated rates are published. We have pricing transparency tools, pricing estimating tools on our website for the top shoppable services that can be accessed. Patient takes in their insurance information, they can price those services. We're fully compliant with the pricing. We share your burden for access, pricing transparency, cost of healthcare. In addition to that, 70% of our business we're price takers on. It's Medicaid, Medicare, it's self-pay. And then we also provide service to 75% of the Medicaid beneficiaries, treat 75% of the Medicaid beneficiaries between Winston-Salem markets. So cost of healthcare and being able to do this in access markets to reduce cost of capital for us is very important to our business model, and very important to being able to invest in access and all the things that we, I think, are mutually passionate about.
When you acquire a med school, for example, you mentioned Winston-Salem, has that deal been approved?
Yes.
The buyout of Wake Forest Baptist Health?
It's not a buyout. Strategic partnership, a joint operating agreement between Wake Forest Baptist.
I think I find Gene Wood's own words here. Sure uses, anyway. But when you're associated with a med school, doesn't it allow you to charge people more?
No, sir.
There's not a reimbursement that if you're have a upcode or a coding that something called possibly a GME or something related to that?
Yeah, so those would be under CMS rules for sure. But it doesn't allow us an automatic ability to go in and negotiate higher rates. Those would be under prescribed CMS rules to be able to have those add-on payments as part of being an academic medical center. But we're not talking about negotiated rates and the ability to raise prices under those circumstances.
Then how would that explain that everybody that you divorced didn't have a med school and everybody you've been trying to marry does have a med school? Is that just coincidence?
I'm tracking.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yes, very simple. The entities that you've been divorced from over the last 5 years, that you've divorced from, like Home Health, for example, and others, don't have med schools. And the ones you've tried to marry, which is UNC Healthcare and now Wake Forest Medical, Baptist Hospital, Bowman Gray School of Medicine, have med schools. Is that just coincidence?
I don't think it's coincidence, Mr. Treasurer, but we've also been involved in negotiations with other healthcare entities that don't have med schools that did not come to fruition in terms of a relationship. So I wouldn't say it's a binary either or. For lots of reasons, medical school being part of it, medical education, the Wake Forest Baptist Health transaction that Mr. Clark talked about, which is a joint operating agreement, that made sense. But there are other, potential partners.
Do something. All right, you want me to get it? You sit.
But there are other potential partners that we've talked to that don't have med schools.
Families don't live here. You can your phone on the ring. Accept my apology.
So I think it's more than just a binary either or, I guess would be the way we'd answer it.
All right. Well, try to wind this down because either votes are there to accept staff recommendations or.
Go for it.
No, don't say it.
Button on the side.
Let me ask this question, because I've heard some good points on both sides. So I'm going back and forth and I'm conflicted. If I vote to deny, as the motion says, does that actually change the behavior that the concern has been raised, or does it just hurt their ability to compete? Or is their behavior going to be the same at the end of the day and it really does nothing other than hurting one hospital in the state? Does it actually change a behavior? What does it accomplish?
Valid point. I don't know. One of their big competitors is Novant.
Right. And Novant doesn't have to come before us. So
but it's not just that. It's this group and Novant went head to head by New Hanover Regional. Everybody knows about that. Is that accurate?
I don't know all about it.
I mean, is it accurate that Atrium was a bidder on?
Yes, we were one of 5, 6, I believe. Novant was the ultimate partner.
And it's also accurate that you thought because you had a very high percentage of a lot of primary care doctors in another sub-organization of New Hanover Regional, before they even decided to sell, that you were possibly the front runner because you had that inside operating unit already inside Atrium. Also inside New Hanover, right?
I don't know that we thought we were the front runner.
I know, but you had a huge doctor practice inside New Hanover Regional 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Mr. Treasurer, I think New Hanover,
doing this from memory, so I may be a year or two off. I think they hired us in 2009 to build the primary care network under a management agreement and staffing agreement. So I think we had done that work for 10 or 11 years.
Okay. There's an end to this. Okay. So you lost as far as the bake off with Barn New Hanover Regional.
County chose no bond. Yes, sir.
Right. And for the commission's purposes, New Hanover Regional was one of the few in the country, independent, high quality, high access, profitable. Never get those four things together. So my point of saying that to you is when this deal was consummated with Movant getting New Hanover, did you see anything on the LGC agenda for the $1.5 billion of debt that Novant needed to issue to make this thing work? You know why? Because they didn't have to come before us, right? Nope. They went the taxable bond route. They just did not apply here. They didn't go, is it PFG, Tim? What's it called in Wisconsin? What's the other
I'm
one?
not sure who they didn't have to issue.
No.
Is it tax? It was tax.
Right. My point is, they did not
Issue direct.
They did not apply here on a tax-free basis. They didn't go to our competitor in Wisconsin.
Right.
They went taxable. So I don't know if I have a direct answer to your question. I just know that based on all the talking points that we had to have $4 billion in the bank. Now we had to have 5 to get our bond rating. No, we had to have 6. No, we had to have 7. And next time they come before us, it'll be 8 or 9. All kinds of issues here about whether this is truly even a nonprofit at this point.
And I'm sure.
But is it necessary for somebody who has $7 billion in the bank that needs $600 million to borrow money through the LGC on a tax-free basis with our blessing?
That assumes that you can rewrite the statute. The statute says necessary or expedient. And I don't have the authority to rewrite the statute. Expedient is a low bar.
And why is it expedient?
Well,
Go ahead, Cindy.
it says the statute doesn't define it. If you can look at 3 different dictionaries online, you can get suitable for achieving a particular end. You can get with a nuance of governed by self-interest, or you can look at the Cambridge Dictionary and you can say expedient means helpful or useful in a particular situation. Pages,
That's a low bar.
worthwhile, productive, functional, productive. So those are that's your dictionary definitions of expedient. That's the best I can do today.
We will be redefining the statute to our own political ends.
Whoa. Do not say I'm in this for these reasons for political reasons. That is a misstatement on your part, Secretary Penny.
I didn't mention your name.
You didn't have to. I'm on this commission, and I'm the one that seconded the motion.
If we do that, then we have to see why this. Let's state a reason why this isn't expedient. It doesn't meet that low bar.
Well, just again, I'm cautioning you on calling me voting in here for political reasons. I am not political.
So Secretary Penny, why am I doing this? Why am I doing this for political reasons then?
I mean to cast no aspersions on anyone. I'm just saying we would not have a legal basis for changing the meaning of that word.
That's more like it. If that's what you believe.
Because let me be perfectly honest with you, Mr. Treasurer. I don't disagree with the words that were coming out of your mouth. I just don't think I have the authority.
That's more like it.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move the previous question.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor to accept staff's recommendation to reject the application from Atrium Health for $600 million borrowing. We have a second. Any further discussion? Question being called, clerk will call the roll.
Secretary Marshall,
I'm voting against the recommendation.
Secretary Penny,
Voting against.
Ms. Harris,
She's gone.
Mr. Bass,
Can you come back to me? I'm still thinking.
Mr. Mudd,
No,
Mayor
No,
Paget,
wait a minute, no, what?
against the motion.
You're voting against the motion.
Yes.
You're not conflicted out.
I'm sorry, what?
You're not conflicted out?
Well, how could I be conflicted out? Because I live in Charlotte and I'm looking forward to the new med school coming. I mean, no, actually not at all. Any more than anyone else here is conflicted. Is there,
It's up to you.
I mean,
The conflicts are supposed to be brought to us.
what's your conflict?
I have none.
I certainly have a lot less conflict than you. Right?
How's that?
I'm
The
all,
previous question has been moved. Let's continue with the voting.
Did you call the roll, please?
Mayor Paget,
Against the resolution, although I must say I'm very disappointed in the whole system we have in the state, as I am with some other things. This is just what we're dealt with right now. Secretary Penny said, it's what's on the table.
I agree with you. I agree. The problem is I agree with the treasurer there too, but
Oh, I do. I absolutely do.
Mr. Philbeck,
Aye.
Against with reservations.
The total is?
Motion's defeated, two yes, 5 no.
3 yes.
3 yes.
Oh.
Sorry, three. Sorry.
And if it were a tie, what would happen?
I don't think anything was a tie.
So now what's the next step?
The application is still pending.
Right. So what's the next step?
motion to approve.
Yeah.
second,
I'm
Were
just
you
going,
making
that was
a
the
motion?
motion.
Seconded,
Penny?
thank you.
and we're going to go into recess for 3 minutes. For a substitute motion.
Everybody dressed fine?
Okay, no motion.
Wait a minute. All right, made one, it just said motion to approve.
Motion not to take staff's recommendation and to approve. Motion not to accept staff's recommendation and approve.
Yes.
I'll second.
Yes. That's already been seconded, hasn't it?
It's been seconded before we left.
Secretary Penny said,
Any further discussion? Okay, clerk will call the roll.
Auditor Wood,
No.
Secretary Marshall,
Aye.
Secretary Penny. Oh, sorry.
I made the second, so I'm aye.
Mr. Bass,
Aye.
Mayor Paget,
Aye.
Mr. Philbeck,
No.
Treasurer Falwell.
No. Motion passes. Any further business to come before the commission? Sharon? Thank y'all for waiting. Congratulations, you got what you wanted. And, I apologize for your delay, but I came out soon. I knew that it wasn't going to be at 1:30 to let you know that. So
Appreciate that. Thank you all for your time.
thank you. We'd like to adjourn the meeting in honor of deputies Fox and Ford from the Watauga County Sheriff's Department, whose families were probably looking forward to Mother's Day this year and Father's Day. No Mother's Day or Father's Day will ever be the same. And I'd like to adjourn your motion.
So moved.
Second. Motion second. Clerk, call the roll.
Who seconded?
I seconded.
We all seconded it.
Yeah.
Auditor, Secretary Marshall,
Respectfully, aye.
Secretary Penny,
In the name of those two law enforcement officers, aye.
Mr. Bass,
Hopefully, aye.
Mr. Munn,
Aye.
Mayor Paget,
Aye.
Mr. Philbeck.
Aye.
We're adjourned. Thank you.
But it was on the big one.